Hello and a wonderful good morning, good evening, good day from the second day of the final of the World Robot Olympiad 2021. We are so happy that you are again with us. We know that it's a challenging day. A lot of teams already did their competitions and they load up videos. The others are training on it, and the judges a lot of work to do. And today, this is where we look into the different situations. All the head judges will be combined with us, and we love to see the results and we love to see the procedure. I hope you feel fine everywhere in the world, whether it's in Africa, in America, in Asia, Oceania, in Europe. Wherever you are, a very warm welcome, and let us have fun together and a very nice day. During the time when the competitions run, we would like to talk also about other possibilities to get into contact with robotics. And this means not the very young one between 8 and 12, but the students. And the New York University has some very interesting tandem projects of engineering, and we would like to start with a film, and then I welcome a student who can tell us of his daily living. So enjoy the film and stay with us the whole day long. It will be really very interesting.
Hi, welcome to NYU RoboMaster Team Ultraviolet. We are a hardworking team that competes in the RoboMaster University League with dreams to advance to the University Championship. RoboMaster is a competition at the crossroads of teamwork, engineering, and innovation. This yearly competition culminates in August each year with qualifying events leading up to it. Teams are typically expected to develop 6 projectile launching robots that traverse difficult terrain. We will be competing against teams from other international universities to win matches and advance to the RoboMaster University Championship in Shenzhen, China, at DJI and RoboMaster headquarters. Through this competition, we foster the engineering, computer science, and business principles that each student learns in class. Team Ultraviolet takes on the challenges of RoboMaster by splitting into 5 different subteams: computer vision, robot programming, Unity, mechanical, and business. The computer vision team works on detecting enemy robots with automated targeting systems. These students learn the basics of modern computer vision, robotic software tools, and machine learning methods for autonomous detection, tracking, and prediction. The members of this team often utilize collaborative software engineering and research practices. The robot programming team works on the software development on board each robot. This includes controlling the motors, employing test-driven development, and wiring the robots. This helps students familiarize themselves with systems engineering, which can include hardware to communication interfaces, real-time operating systems, and attitude determination. The Unity team works on developing 3D environments to train robot drivers on a virtual competition field. Within the subteam, students learn Unity development that is akin to game development or virtual reality simulations. The mechanical team works on designing and constructing the robots. This includes modeling each part in computer-aided design programs, manufacturing each part, and assembling them together. Through these practices, students can make their CAD into reality and learn the manufacturing processes behind it. The business team works on fundraising and outreach. These students really shine through social media marketing and creating fun and engaging content for Team Ultraviolet's social medias. On Team Ultraviolet, the metric of success is applying what we learn in the classroom to the field. Whether you're interested in computer science, manufacturing, project management, business, or graphic design, there's something for everyone on Team Ultraviolet. Sign up to be the next MVP.
What a challenge. And what I adore the most, it's really teamwork to realize such projects. And I warmly welcome now Rory. Rory is a student and he learns how to develop robots and he learns how to work in teams. Perhaps, Rory, at first you tell something about yourself and what you are doing at the university and why you are so interested in robots.
Yes, of course. It's very nice to meet you, Heike, and hello to everybody else on the live stream. So my name is Rory. I'm a student from the Netherlands. And aside of my job at the WRO, I also work as a full-time student. I study mechatronics in Delft, which is basically a difficult word for robot. It's a combination of mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and also a little bit of software design. So that way we can basically make robots that do all kinds of things. It's focused on optimization of industrial processes, but also really complex robotics.
And how did you get in touch with these robots? Was it a dream from the childhood, or how did you get into contact with this?
Well, yes, I've always been interested in technology, in robotics, even when I was a very young child. And then from middle school, I got in touch with Lego robotics and Lego robotics competitions, and I've competed in those in middle school for quite a while, and that really pushed me towards the robotics side of technology and made me very interested in studying something in that field.
And is there now a project on which you are working for your diploma?
Well, I'm going to be soon. Very soon I need to start on my bachelor's thesis, and then I will be getting my bachelor's hopefully at the end of this study year. But I still need to find a project for that with a company where I will be working with them. So hopefully soon I will have an interesting project to get my bachelor's thesis.
So if a company is listening, Rory is watching for a really interesting project, and he will be very happy if you are interested in him and his potential. So don't hesitate to write us an email to World Robot Olympiad, and we will get the contact to Rory. Perhaps it helps.
Yeah, that would be very cool. Thank you.
And there is another interesting film of student projects, and we would like to show them to you so that you get an idea how future is planned, because the basis of everything the students does also at the university is making our future better and learning how robots can help us in daily living. So enjoy the film.
My name is Jefferson Hu. I'm a senior studying mechanical engineering, and I'm the founder of WRO Aerospace. Those are usually just three dudes in the makerspace that we have here. At the time, and still, I think to this day, Canada does not have an aerospace major. And I was very interested in aero at the time, so I helped them build some rockets. I got certified my freshman and sophomore year, and I kind of used that to kind of platform off and help build the team. Total members across all sub-teams, we have about 75 members. As we grow, we feel more confident, kind of tackling more difficult competitions such as NASA. NASA's one of the bigger ones out there.
We were one of 46 international teams that was selected by NASA to compete, and so I think we are, being a rookie team, we do have a lot of pressure on our hands competing against, teams that have done this numerous years, but I think one of our goals is definitely to come out on top and really do as best as we can in that competition.
Currently, we built the rocket, we're doing all of this, we're doing our testing, so after we just completed that stuff, now it's we're going to actually launch a rocket officially and send the results over to NASA in the coming weeks. Before you even build a rocket, you have to think of the design. You have to worry about what you're building it for. Are you building it for yourself? Are you building it for a competition? Last year, we got third place for Battle of the Rockets for overall design. We do all our designs in OpenRocket and SolidWorks, which is the advanced computer-aided design modeling software. So we use a combination of the both. The fuselage, the payloads, the fins, parachutes, all of that is all done in these different softwares. Once you know what you're going for, kind of the designs, you put it all together, the rocket, you're able to see like the whole airframe, so what we have behind me, so they kind of look like this. And actually building it, you see what parts you need. So some of these rockets behind me are made out of cardboard. Other materials you have used are carbon fiber and fiberglass, such as the red one behind me. So you had to work around using adhesives, using epoxy, type of glue, laser cutting the fins out, 3D printing components for the rocket. The motor in this case is not a mechanical motor, it's the explosives, which is the fuel for the rocket. So all that goes together into building one of these behind me. These energetics always risks of, their safety concerns, with rockets. We deal with explosives, with electronics, we don't want to have any electrical fires. So we take a lot of care in mitigating our risks. We always wear personal protective equipment. So when working with shop tools, machinery, we always wear safety glasses, goggles, masks, whatever is needed. So we try to mitigate any types of risk to myself or any of our members on the team.
A lot of the physical manufacturing as well as electronics testing, all of that has to be done in person. Past year with COVID and in-person restrictions, it definitely has delayed us a little bit. I believe that it really is a testament to the grit and really the perseverance of all of us as a team.
I think the biggest challenge that this team faces is the fact that we're in a metropolitan area. Most teams have the luxury of being, in the fields. We have to go upstate.
We're about an hour and a half northwest of school, and then the PATH train was late, so it was a time. We are flying our Battle of the Rockets rocket from 2020 because of COVID. The competition was cut short. I'm excited that we're launching the rockets today. I feel jazzed.
3, 2, 1.
We're NYU's first and only rocketry team, and we have this kind of program to help people explore aerospace at an introductory level. We accept all years, all majors, all schools. The in-house and training workshop, that's for all new members. So they go through a kind of a workshop series for their first semester where they learn the important skills they need for the team. So we do intro to SolidWorks, intro to Open Rocket, intro to Arduino, and that kind of stuff. And alongside all those workshops, they do an in-house competition to kind of build on these skills, get to our level of, technical writing.
It really exposes a lot of students, and I've had the opportunity firsthand to experience a lot of professional software, and so definitely prepares you for the workforce, as well as meeting a lot of great people. So we have networks with people from NASA, from SpaceX, Collins Aerospace, from all these different places that we can go out and reach out to and ask questions. And I believe just being able to ask good questions, but also being able to have those networks really prepares a student for life after graduation. I think being able to work on a competition as well as a project of this size while you're still an undergrad and while you still are developing your engineering background is really important, because once you join the work field, once you get that first job, you may not have people holding your hands. You may not have the opportunity to make as many mistakes. Berg Aerospace is special to me because it's what I call my second family here at school. I've been able to meet a lot of great friends, and we didn't even dream about being as well known as doing the type of things that we currently do. I think that's really been a privilege of mine. And I think we as a team really have proved successful.
Future engineers just say, oh, this is still going on, still opportunity, again, this kind of field, do rocketry, robotics, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, again, a cool video. Rory, do you like to comment it? Explain a little bit what we have seen and what was the challenge for the team.
Yeah, so really cool to see. Obviously, they were building rockets, and obviously you have to think about a lot of different things when you make a rocket. You have to think about the mechanical design. Of course, you can't have it falling apart in the air because that could be very dangerous, but there's also tons of electronics involved to make sure that everything goes right and you can steer it well. You have to think about the aerodynamics. So obviously there's a lot of fields of engineering that go into making such a rocket that you have to think about. And all these different kind of students have to communicate together. They have to think about the issues together to make a rocket that will actually fly up into space. Very cool.
Oh, okay. But I know, or you told me that you also was part of a competition team. And also your project was very interesting. So what was the target and how does it felt for you to work in such a team? Please tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, of course. So for me, I worked with the Formula Students team. And Formula Students, kind of like Formula One, is a competition where students have to design and build their own race car. And part of the competition that we took place in was the electrical part. So we had to design a fully electrical race car that was supposed to race on different tracks in different places in Europe, and then we would compete against other student teams from other universities, and we'd have to see, how well we designed the car. But another big aspect of this competition is also about the business side. So basically, they ask you to run the car and the competition kind of like a business. So as a team, you have to not only think about the car you make and the design of the engineering, but you also have to think about the way you run the business, and you have to find sponsors, you have to do social media management. So we also get students involved from these different kind of places where they study something like business engineering, or maybe they study social media management, and we have to work with them to make a team as a whole that we can present to the judges.
That is to say, you are looking for the students. Do you write emails, or is there a poster? I would like to do a race car. Who would like to work with me, or how do you create the team?
Yeah, that really depends. It depends on each university. For us, we usually had some students that would take part in this as a minor. So as part of their regular study program, you get to some part where you can choose different programs. You can choose to do something that is related to your study, or maybe that is not so much related to it. And this was something that we had a lot of engineering students that were very interested in doing a competition like this. They liked making cars. So of course this is very exciting. But there were also people that were doing business studies that really liked racing and racing cars. And in this way they could still do something for us and for the team that we really needed. And together we had to deliver different things. We had to deliver a technical document to the judges that they could review to see how we designed the car and if everything was safe. But we also needed to deliver them with all kind of business documents. So the way we got sponsors, what kind of deals we made, how did we manage our social media, how did we communicate with our sponsors and with different parties.
So this is really cool. And how many people are in such a team or had been in yours?
Well, with me, the team consisted of about 30 students, so that's quite a lot. But obviously, about 20 of those were actually engineers, and 10 of those were working on the business side of the project. And of those 20 engineers, that was usually divided into different components for the car. So you had a couple of students that were working on the frame. There were a couple of students that were working on the electrical design of the car, and then we had two types. We had a high voltage one, very dangerous for all the power to go really, really fast. And we had a low voltage system that was focused on the control of the car, so the steering, the braking, and other safety parts. There were students that were doing aerodynamics for the car, because obviously that is very important to be able to take corners quickly and to have a car that works well. And then there was people working on the drivetrain and the way the power gets transmitted from the electrical motor to the wheels. So you have to make sure that that works well as well, of course.
But I suppose it was not only this project, you had other lessons. And so how long does it take for such a project? Is it months? Is it years? Do you have to finish at the end of the student year? Tell us a little bit more about the organization of your student life at that time.
Yeah, of course. So, like I said, some students would take this class as a minor, and a minor is something that you do in your regular program, and you usually commit to that full time. So that is also what I did. I spent 40 hours each week for 10 weeks on this project, working on it and spending all my time basically trying to help make this car as good as I possibly could. There are also students that will just take a gap year. So instead of continuing with their studies and following their classes, they will say, no, I want to focus 1 full year on making this car, on entering this competition. So your study will take 1 year longer, but you get this really cool experience in working with other engineers, in working with people that are maybe not technically inclined, and it's very valuable as well to have this experience. So there are also students that do it that way.
Oh, cool. But it really is hard work. And if you count the lessons of each person, at least, and did you succeed at the end?
Well, yes, we kind of did. We got the car working, and we did pretty well. We went to a couple of races. Of course, it was very difficult because this was also during COVID times. So we weren't able to go to every race because of COVID restrictions. But we did race in the Netherlands locally. We raced in Germany. We even went to the UK to race. So that was very cool. And there we did pretty well. We were not the best team, but we were also not the worst team. So that's pretty good, I'd say.
And I suppose experience, and this is what every time is also very important to say, and we can't say it enough. Being part of this is the winning already. So being the best might be the dot of the E, for example, but being part of it, you learn so much. And yeah, it's a little bit like team sports. You need to be successful in a team. And what is good, if you have problems in your field, you may ask others. Being a student in such projects may help also for the future. And besides this, what do you study when you do not deal with robots?
Well, besides, of course, all our classes that are about engineering, we also get classes that are not about engineering. So we have to be able to write good reports, obviously. There are classes on that. We have to be able to work in a business, so we also get classes on that. So that's definitely part of any engineering study, is you also have to be able to work with people. You can never do the work alone. Just like in WRO, it is very important that you work together as a team always, so that you can make the best results. And that is something that you need to learn. And especially projects like the WRO or one of these students' teams, they really help any student to learn to work in a team like this. And that is a very valuable experience.
So you work together in a national team. I suppose normally you talk Dutch.
Well, that depends actually, because the university is very international,
Yeah.
especially in Delft. So there were a lot of students that were not necessarily from the Netherlands.
Oh, cool.
We also had students from Spain, from Colombia, from countries in Asia. So usually we would actually speak English, and all of the official documentation was in English as well. Partly because that needed to be reviewed in English by the judges, but also for a big part because of our communication with each other had to be in English, basically. So yeah, it's very international, basically any university is.
Yeah, but this is also perhaps for the younger ones of us who are watching us. English and roboting and coding and engineering works together. So without speaking English, it would be difficult. And yeah, we know that English is the language a lot of people can talk. But if you are involved in roboting and in competitions and even in international competitions, it's good to learn English, even if sometimes to learn vocabulary is not so funny. But at the end, if you can explain your robots by yourself and you have enough words to say how enthusiastic you are, it may help. Do you have perhaps an advice for the younger ones who are not quite sure whether they should study engineering or robotics, how they can approach to a final decision?
Yeah, well, definitely, of course. For me, I also had doubts for a very long time what I wanted to do, because there are so many interesting things and so many interesting things to study. So what really helped for me was, at some point I was reading the news and I saw a news report about someone who had developed a robotic arm, a bionic arm. So there was somebody, he had lost the lower half of his arm, and then somebody built him a robot arm that they attached to his body, and he was able to move that just like a normal arm. And he was even able to feel the temperature. So if he grabbed ice, he could feel that it was cold. And when I saw that, something in me went, wow, this is so incredibly cool, and it is so cool to help somebody who had an accident or something in this way. That is what I really want to do. So my tip would be, go out, try and see different things and find something that makes you feel, wow, this is really special and this is what I want.
Okay, then being successful, and this is not only the question in robotics, being successful means, wow, whether you learn languages, you need to say, wow, I can moderate, for example, the World Robot Olympiad. And when I woke up this morning, I was very, very happy to do it. And so this wow feeling, I know what you mean. And I suppose there are a lot of students and children today who lost their wow feeling a little bit. But how did you manage catastrophes? Because I suppose even when you did the job, you failed sometimes. What was your turn to motivate you again?
Yeah, of course. I mean, bad things happen. They always do, and you can't avoid that. So I think the thing about the bad things, and that is what I always try to do, whether it is a group project for my regular studies or whether it was with the Formula Students competition, when something bad happens, in my opinion, it doesn't help to get stuck on the bad thing that happened. What you need to think about is, what can we do now? What can we do that will solve this problem as quickly as possible so that we can continue and still have a good day? And when you think like that and you try to think in solutions rather than problems, that's really helpful to help you just get along. It helps you keep motivated, it helps you keep moving, and that way you can keep going and solve all the problems.
Yeah. So I know that the ones who are in competition now don't listen, perhaps the ones who already competed and they were perhaps not so happy with what they did, but I suppose this is the best thing. And to be honest, in my life, I learned the most from the things where I failed. And failing is winning, because if you fail and you restart and you say, okay, it might happen, the best is I started, I suppose this is a good idea for everything you do in your life.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the rule. Whenever something bad happens, or maybe you lose some time or something like that, that is a valuable learning experience. And that's also how you should think about it. Partly you should think, okay, what can I do? How can I fix this problem? But then later on, when you fix the problem, the other thing you should think about is, how can I prevent this problem from happening again? What can I do to get better so that this problem won't happen again? And maybe sometimes you think the issue is somebody else. Maybe you feel like you couldn't have done anything better. But in my experience, usually there always is something you could have done to help as well. And that is very important, because you can't always change how other people work. Maybe someone forgets their deadline. Well, that can happen and you can't control that. But what you can do is maybe help them. Like give them a reminder a couple of hours in advance. Hey, did you remember we spoke about this? We had a deadline planned. Are you okay? Can I maybe help you with something if you're afraid you won't get it done on time? And stuff like that can really help, and that way we can really help each other as well.
So Rory is so young, and if when you listen to him, you saw he failed and it gave him strength. So please, the ones who are not so satisfied with what they did today, breathe and perhaps change perspective and then restart again. And as we told so often, and we will continue with it, we are all winners being part of World Robot Olympiad final, even online in the pandemic, because also the pandemic in the pandemic, it was very difficult to motivate. And I suppose sitting on the screen, writing emails was also a lot of time spent the last year for you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of stuff was online, just like this final. And that is what it is. You have to make do with what is possible. But for the teams that are working still right now very hard probably, because I know the deadline for the first day is coming up very quickly, I want to say to you as well, even if today didn't go perfect, even if your robot didn't score as many points as you had hoped, there are still more options. There are still more days to this competition where you can score well with your robot. So keep going, try to keep working on it, keep motivated, and I know all of you can score. You can score very well because all of you are here at the international final, and that means you must have been very good in your country to be able to participate here. So I believe that even if today didn't go well, if the first day didn't go well, the second day you will have another chance and you will have to go for it.
This is a good idea, and we know, Rory, there will be also a chance in the next year. Yeah. Because at the end of this session on Sunday, we will announce the theme for 2022, and there is again a challenge, and even the ones who didn't get the highest points, perhaps we will see us next year, and Rory can give you comments on what you are doing, and if you want to get into contact with him because he motivates you, write us an email, and I suppose Rory will be very, very happy to answer you. Perhaps not today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and perhaps not next week, because World Robot Olympiad final really is a lot of work even for Rory, and we are very happy that he is with us. but don't hesitate, be a little bit patient. Write us your questions and Rory will answer them. So Rory, thank you very much for motivating us. Thank you very much for telling us a little bit about your student life. And again, if there is any company who says, okay, Rory would be a good person in our team, don't hesitate to contact World Robot Olympiad. And besides this, also for all the companies, watch our competitions. And I suppose you will, as we are, will be very happy about what even pupils can do. And pupils who are so interested in robotics, I'm quite sure they also may choose it as for their studies, and at least you have employees with heartbeat. So World Robot Olympiad is also good for finding the right persons for the right jobs. Thank you very much, Rory.
Yes, thank you, Heike. I love being here. I love being with all of everyone here from the WRO and online, all of the teams that are competing. It's very cool to see all of the teams trying their hardest, making good robots. And I just love being here in the competition. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And competing is the word. We are competing the whole day long, not me, but with our hearts. Me and the team of the World Robot Olympiad is with us. And I know that competitions may be difficult, but to help you and to get an idea what is happening, I'm very happy that Christoph is with me. I forget that there are some hints. And I welcome him very warmly, trying to find my way to Christoph.
Hello, Heike. Yeah, I'm here in the back. I hope everybody can find their way to us here where the regular game fields are set up.
Tja, yeah, regular game field competitions. I suppose you already had a look into the uploaded videos. What is your impression? How does it work?
Oh, it works wonderful, actually. I had a look into some of the videos that had been uploaded already, but before we are getting there, I would like to highlight some points about this, of course. As you already know, we are running close to a specific deadline. In about 30 minutes, the uploading deadline for the first 2 regular category videos is due. And although we received already a lot of videos, we are still hoping that all the teams meet the deadline and upload their videos on time.
But how can we propose? So hurry up, don't try again, but take the video which you love, because if it's too late, it's too late. These are the rules. You have to load up until a certain time.
Indeed, these are the rules, and you have to be careful. Sometimes the upload itself takes some time, and then you shouldn't start uploading directly at the deadline end, because then your upload might be uploaded too late. So you should start uploading your video probably now, because then you can be sure it's there on time.
Okay, teams, upload your videos. We are waiting for them, and it would be so sad if we can't put you in the competition because you are too late. So upload your videos now, please, 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 please. And if you have problems, breathe deeply and then restart again. We are very happy and waiting for your videos. I suppose we may take a look into some of the uploads.
We can do that, of
Do you
course.
think it's a good idea?
Yes, but before we do that, I would like to tell all the viewers again what are we going to see now, because maybe some of them forgot, although we described it yesterday.
Good idea.
Okay, so the videos uploaded 2 videos, not the videos uploaded, so the teams uploaded 2 videos of the season challenge, which we see here on the game field at the moment. And the season challenge always consists of a specific randomization. Here in the setup is now one of the randomizations the teams have to use, but they have to upload 2 videos with 2 different randomizations. And in addition to that, they can solve the surprise rule. And solving the surprise rule, which we described yesterday, must be in those videos. And as it comes, I actually brought some of the videos with us today, which are already uploaded, and we are going to see some surprise rules in them.
Okay, then, Technique, please show us the videos, and we are very curious to see what happens there. How cool. The three young children sitting next to the table, they were anxious to see whether their robot does what he needs to do, and at the end they applaud themselves. How lovely. And you see how the heart is combined with the technique and the challenge. So Christoph, I suppose this is a really good example how this competition works.
Definitely. This is a perfect example of the team spirit we love to see at WRO competitions. Even though it is online and the team only uploaded their video, you see they have a lot of fun and a lot of spirit. They applaud themselves for a beautiful run. And actually, we've seen a lot of interesting things in that video. First of all, you could recognize the concept of all the videos the team have to follow. In the beginning, they have to state their team name and say which randomization they are going to solve now, followed by, I'd say, a close look on the robot in the starting area, so we know that the robot fits in the starting area. And what we've seen afterwards was just impressive. The robot was really fast in scanning the positions of the light bulbs and then solved the whole game field, I would say, more or less complete, but I'm not the one judging, so I leave that up to the judges. But most important, the team did something we really love about WRO. They solved the surprise rule. They moved the sun from the start area into the storage area on the other side of the game field.
Yeah, and for the ones who perhaps couldn't follow what the robot did, at first he scanned the colors because the challenge was to collect all the red lights and then bring them here, and then there where he had taken the red lights, he had to bring the white lights. So for me, it's magic to see how it works. And please don't forget those who are not in the challenge. The children built the robot and they programmed it. And yesterday at 2 o'clock, they get the rules for what they did. So even if they were prepared very well, they need to change a little bit what happened. And I suppose we have another film to look at.
Exactly, yeah. We have another video of a team in the elementary age group which tried to solve the same game field. I think we can watch that now, don't we?
Yeah, we should. So with a robot like this, they solved the problem. Perhaps, Christoph, was there a difference between the robot we saw in this film and in the first film?
Yes, a slight difference actually. The robot the team just used, which we have here as well. I'll try to move a little bit closer so you can see it. This is the newest generation of robots from the Lego company. It's called Spike. And yeah, this is their current product they have on the market. The team before used another robot called the EV3, which is a little bit older, but honestly, they are both capable on solving the task.
Incredible. We are talking about children between 8 and 12. And if I look at this, oh, it's amazing. And it is not only building, it's coding. And we could see a difference. The first team had a very fast robot who scanned very fast the colors, and then he did the challenge. This was the second film. The robot scanned every red stone and then brought it where it should be, and then the next one, much slower. So is the risky way every time the better one?
Not always. As we've seen in the second video, here we used a much more robust solution because the team scanned every light bulb separately and not all of them very fast at the same time. And if something goes wrong with one light by scanning them separately, you can still have luck that the next one works or the one after that. If you try to scan them very fast after each other, it might happen that something goes really wrong and you get no points at all. But on the other hand, if you scan all the lights separately, you're usually slower, which is always not the best because after the sum of the points, the use time is the second most important judging criteria.
So what you can see, you do not need also builder and coder. You need to think about your strategy. And again, what's very impressive to me, we are talking about children between 8 and 12 years old. Regular category. But there is also a junior class in the regular category, and I suppose a little bit more difficult. And we are very happy that we also have uploaded videos of this class, regular category 13 to 15 years old. So please show us also these uploaded videos, the first one, and then we comment, and then the second one, please.
Bonjour d'Espagne.
Hello from Spain.
Hola desde España.
Le vais cogiendo confianza a esto, ¿eh?
Yes, obviously.
3, 2, 1, go!
Come on, Spain!
Venga, Cesario. Spain. Spain. Go, Cesario, go!
Come on!
You can do it! Oh no! De Pilar! No! Cesario. The real surprise! Sorry.
Come on!
Great Cesario!
toquéis el robot, ¿eh?
Don't touch it, please.
The time. Stop it. Oh no.
7, 6, 5,
Five.
4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Stop.
Over.
Thirteen to 15-year-old and girls. This is also what we love at WRO competition. We have nearly 200 girls which are competing with their robots. And as we could see, the girls have even an emotional contact to their robots to say, hurry up, we want to win. So Christoph, this is again a challenge more difficult, I suppose, than we see logically than elementary, but well done.
Yes, definitely well done. And as you said, the challenge is much more difficult than in the younger age group for the elementary teams. But of course, we still see a very good team spirit here because the team really tried to solve every task and they even solved the surprise rule, which is something I really appreciate when teams do that, because by solving the surprise rule, you show us that you are really capable in programming your robot and not that somebody else did it for you.
I take a look on the watch, and yeah, for us it's 2 o'clock. And the ones who listen to us all over the world, you know that for you it's not 2 o'clock, it's 5 hours earlier or 5 hours later. But you know your schedule, and there are 10 minutes and 45 seconds. So upload your videos, please. The countdown starts, and I hope there is not too much traffic, because with too much traffic, you know there might be traffic jams. So be patient, breathe, and load up your videos now, because if not, it would be too late. So again, what is the challenge with this category, do you think, this year?
Well, the main problem about the junior age group is obviously that there are a lot of tasks you have to solve. On the one hand, you have to bring the cars from the parking lane into the new parking spots based on the color of the cars and different randomizations. And while you do that, you have to take the cars which are already in the parking spots and bring them out of the parking area to the exit lane. And this is very complicated to put it all into one program, especially when it comes with different randomizations. And, of course, the factor time, 2 minutes to solve the whole game field, this makes it really difficult. Therefore, a big applause to all teams that are able to do that. I really enjoy that.
Also from our side, a big applause. And for the ones who perhaps couldn't follow the rules, what the teams did the whole year long is compete on this table without the surprise rule. So without the surprise rule, we had robots where we couldn't be very sure if this was really a work of the team. And with the surprise rule, they have to change the robot with which they work the whole year and show that they really understand what they do. And I suppose this is also Heartbeat, but it shows that really we want to motivate them to show their experience and how they manage it.
Exactly, yes. I think we still have some time to look at another video and see what other teams are able to do on the junior age group game field.
Yeah, we would be very happy to see the next video, and then take a look. You know, there are cars on the lane, there are cars in the parking place, and now you may follow perhaps a little bit better how the team solve the problem. And the cars need to be on the right colors. 2 minutes might be long. When I'm waiting at the dentist, 2 minutes seem to be eternity. But I suppose for the teams, Christoph, 2 minutes might be also too short.
Sometimes it's not enough time to solve the whole field, as we just seen. We've just seen a very, very nice robot from the USA, from the team Volt Dynamics. And when you've looked carefully, they did a pretty good job on using their sensors to detect the colors of the cars and to move them to the right parking spots, which is not something very easy to do. But on the other hand, if you do such a good job on detecting everything so granularly correct, it takes longer. And then sometimes you don't end up solving the whole game field.
Yeah, loading up video. Less than 5 minutes. Please load them up. We want to see them, and at least we want to have 217 uploaded videos at the end for the judges. A lot of work to do, we know, but please load up your video. Less than 5 minutes to go. And we already talked about elementary category, then junior, but I suppose there is also a senior category and a film uploaded, so we can see that the challenges get more difficult. So, Mats up for the senior category, please.
Team XX Machine, randomization number 5. Three, two, one, go. Good, good. Good. Nice, nice. Nice. Yes!
What you didn't see, it took them exactly 2 minutes. Not 1 minute 59 or 2 minutes 1, exactly 2 minutes. And perhaps you took a look at the robot, and if we compare it with the one, we know it's elementary, but with this one you see also robots may have characters. They have a special shape. The teams love them to build them also cool, I suppose, Christoph. It's not only the function, but they only want, I suppose they fell a little bit in love with what they do and also with the shape of the robots.
I believe they really do, because in the end, a robot of a team is their own creation. It is their own work, and they are for sure pretty proud of it. Exactly, if you looked at that video for a second and you heard correctly, there were sometimes some positions where the robot made it a sound. And this is something we find really interesting because it's a check of the program. Whenever this robot we've just seen scanned an object where he had to check the color, he made a little sound. And for the ones who programmed it, this is a safety measurement to control, okay, did that step in the programming really work? And if you hear that sound, you know, okay, it works. And as we've seen, that robot really worked. I believe he did high score, all points, but I'll leave that up to the judges, of course.
Yeah, it's better. And we have judges and head judges, and they try to do their best. And I was looking on the clock, and now it's time over, 12 seconds. So we hope that everybody could load up the videos and stay cool, and perhaps also with us or come to us because we are talking about the second day a challenge in some seconds, and we take a look in different competitions today. So please tell all the others to go on the internet and see our video and follow the online World Robot Olympiad Final 2021. Yeah, and I told already, thank you very much, Christoph.
Thanks for having me, and we'll probably see each other later for some more regular
Yeah, I'm
category
quite
videos.
sure. So you now watch the uploaded videos. Good luck and fun.
Thank you very
And
much.
I see already that Markus is waiting for me. As I told you already, we have the challenge of the second day already. We started yesterday at 1 o'clock and more than 24 hours passed. As I told you already, at the dentist, time goes very slowly, to my mind. And here time flows very, very, very fast. And I suppose there are a lot of uploaded videos and there are new challenges. So a very welcome, Markus, again. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to meet you again, Heike.
Perhaps to use the right camera, would you go to my left side?
Of course.
Thank you very much. So the announcement of the second day, what does it mean?
Yeah, second day challenge, as the name says, it's another challenge on the second day of the competition. For WRO, it's quite new because we developed the second day challenge 2 years ago because we thought about teams are traveling around the world normally, not this time around, but at a normal international final, and then they meet for 3 days, and then they do what they have done all the year before. Because the normal challenge you just talked about, the teams work on since January, so a long time. And then we were thinking, how can we test if teams can really be innovative again, or perhaps even test if they have done their own work and not with the help of coaches or parents too much. So we developed a second day challenge. That's a new challenge. So they can more or less completely forget what they have done over the last months and just try their best for the next 24 hours.
So, and Lukas and Christoph, explain us now the second day challenge for the regular category in the class of 8 to 12-year-old children. Be careful and enjoy your second day challenge.
Welcome to the explanation of the elementary age group second day challenge. In this year's second day challenge, we only have one field setup and no randomizations, which you can see here. The task is as follows. You have to take both of the red light bulbs from their original position and move them into the equipment area here in the back. You get 30 points for each light bulb that is completely inside the area and 15 points for every light bulb that is only touching the area partly. It is not important if the light bulb is in an upright position or laying on the side. The yellow light bulbs have to be collected from their positions and moved to the white square area with the Season Challenge logo here in the front. You also get 30 points for completely inside the area and 15 points for each light bulb that is only touching the area partly. And the reference area is the white square field.
Then let's continue with the third task. And you might remember the sun from the surprise rule from yesterday, but now you have to move the sun to a different area, to this solar panel area over here. If the sun is touching this area, you will get 30 points. It's not important if the sun is in an upright position or lying on the field, and the sun only has to touch the area partly to get the 30 points for this task. In addition, we have some penalty points as well. You can see these two barriers on the field. You are not allowed to move or damage them. If you move them outside the light gray area or damage them, you will get 15 penalty points per barrier, means 30 penalty points overall. So this might have been quite fast, so check out the slides to get the details.
I suppose the teams watched very attentive the second day challenge, but Markus, I suppose this is not the only possibility to get to know what the second day challenge means.
Yeah, true. Of course, we have now uploaded the slides you have just seen in the live stream to the website as well. If you go to the event website and go to the competitions part, there's a PDF. You can take a look at that. And I'm sure we will email the information to all the coaches as well of the teams.
So a lot of possibilities to get into contact with the second day challenge. And now we have the second day challenge in the regular category for junior from 13 to 15 years old.
Now we will take a look at the second day challenge for the junior age group. We will start with these two pillars. From the normal challenge, you remember that you are not allowed to move them. Now it's your task to move them. Collect these two pillars and bring them in the yellow parking lots in the exit lane. If the pillar is completely inside the parking lot, you will get 30 points. If it's just touching partly, then you will get 15 points.
Now let's continue with the cars. You remember the blue and the green cars from the season challenge. Now your challenge is to collect the green cars from their parking positions here and move them all the way over to the green battery area. They only have to touch the mat of the battery area partly, and you will get 30 points for each car that is touching the mat. The blue cars also have to be removed from their parking position here and have to be transported to the area with the season challenge logo in it. Here you will get 30 points for each car that is touching the mat completely and 15 points for each car that is touching the mat only partly. For all the tasks with the cars, it is not important whether the cars are upright or laying on the side or even on the head or whatever else.
So the last thing that is still on the table are the barriers, and the barriers have to stay at their position. If you move them outside of the light gray area or if you destroy them anyhow, you will get penalty points for that. So now check out the details in all our slides.
second day challenge of the regular category for children or young adults between 13 and 15. Markus, what was the difference, or what is the difference between the second day challenge and what they need to do yesterday?
Yeah, I think what we have seen is, of course, that the game objects are more or less the same on the game field, but we have a different order of the game objects, and that means that we can. It's more a programming challenge this time around. So they need to adjust the robot a bit. They can use the same robot more or less. Perhaps they can rebuild the robot a bit. But if they change the robot a bit, they can just do a little bit of more programming with other game objects, because we have placed the game objects in a different way on the field.
Oh, okay, and this means they need to show what techniques they use for doing it. And the time is very much shorter, because yesterday they only need to change one thing, and today they need to change a lot.
Yeah, and you need to see now for what they have done yesterday or prepared for yesterday, they had many months of time. Now they have 24 hours for the second day challenge, and that is, of course, not so much to really build something or adjust a bit on your robot or code completely new. And yeah, I think we are looking at the innovation or quick thinking skills of the students now. And that's just another test at the international final of WRO. So the second day challenge is nothing teams need to do at a local event. So it's especially for the international final. And we feel those who can qualify for an international final, they should do a bit more than just a normal challenge. That's why we have the second day challenge.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. And you said 24 hours. But if I think of myself or even of you, we don't want to work 24 hours. We need a little bit of sleep. We perhaps are hungry. So time gets a little bit shorter. And yeah, I adore a lot that even children take the chance to test it. And I suppose for them even the night will be short.
Yeah, I assume as well. So if you have only 24 hours and you can do that, so I think that the time is short. But I would say go to bed and sleep a bit. Then perhaps you can think a bit better about what your robot should really do. So take the time and take step by step. That is what we always try to explain to the teams as well. Not do everything at once. So first do task 1, then task B and C, and then see what you can manage. And have in mind that these tasks are now new for everyone today. So no one knew it. And it's perhaps not even the goal to reach 100% of all the points, because even with some points, you can have a good position on the overall ranking.
Yeah, and you can demonstrate that you really can do it. And we shouldn't forget, for us it's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are others who have 6 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the evening or even later. So this is an online final. We are not at the same place, and even the same place wouldn't be the same thing, because you might have jet lag. So now they don't have jet lag, but we have different time slots in different parts of the world. But this is also something very special to an online final, and we are very happy. We can't tell it often enough that 217 teams, although we are in a really difficult situation with the pandemic, are with us today, yesterday, tomorrow, and after tomorrow when we find out the winners. But don't forget, winning is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we are all together. Over 800 children and pupils, students who work together, their parents, their sisters, their brothers, they all, grandfathers, grandmothers, aunts and uncles, we don't forget you. They are all thinking of the teams, they are close to them, and they are waiting for what is happening. We have a third category. We are talking about the young adults between 16 and 19, senior class in the regular category, and I'm quite sure, again, more difficult.
Last but not least, let's talk about the second day challenge in the senior age group. First of all, you remember the 3 houses on the game field from the season challenge. And in the second day challenge, only one of them still has energy identifiers next to it. The other two don't have those energy identifiers. Now, you have to take the solar panels from their original position and bring each one into one of the houses without energy identifiers. You will get 30 points for each solar panel that is completely inside the red area and 15 points if it's partly inside the red area. It is not allowed to bring both solar panels into the same housing area. Then you have to take a look at the energy identifiers again. There's a blue one and a green one. Here we have 2 blue energy units and 2 green energy units, which we will all move into that house over there. Here you will get 10 points for each energy unit that is at least partly touching the red mat.
So now we will get back to the wind turbines that you already remember from the surprise rule. Now you have to take these 2 wind turbines and bring them inside the storage battery. It's a little bit more complicated because you have to be careful with the barrier around the storage battery. If you move the barrier outside of the light gray area, or if you damage it, you will get 40 penalty points. The wind turbines inside the storage battery will give 40 points if they are completely inside and 20 points if they are only partly inside. So now the only objects left on these tables are the energy identifiers, and we just have to bring them out of the way because the house already received its energy. So we will bring them into the area with the season logo. And as you remember from other tasks, you will get 30 points if they are completely inside and 15 points if they are partly inside. It's not important that these energy identifiers are in an upright position. So that's all for the second day challenge for the senior age group. And now you will get the summary in our slides.
Senior class, much more difficult, I suppose. There are also teams who started in the elementary class and now are in the senior class, but also students start with the senior class. And I have to look for my camera. Thank you very much, Sean. Sometimes I get lost because I'm so impressed of what we are talking about. Sorry, please. Markus, this is not the first time when we are talking about second day challenge. When did you start and how are the experiences with this?
Yeah, we started with the second day challenge at the Friendship Invitational. That is another international type of smaller international WO event in 2019 in summer with the first test round, and then at the official international final in Hungary just 2 years ago, we had the first experience with the second day challenge. And it was interesting. I think we learned 2 things. The first thing has been that especially in Hungary, when we had, I think, 300 regular category teams sitting in a big hall, it was silent again because everyone was concentrating on a new task. So they need to take a look, okay, this is a new thing, I need to work on a new task, and everyone was quiet and they really enjoyed working on it because it was a new thing after all the months of hard work on the normal challenge. They could invest their time to think about something else, and that was a good experience. And what we saw as well on the results, and that is still public on the internet, so basically everyone could watch that, that we had some teams that did a very, very good job on the first day, and that were not that good on the second day. So you may ask yourself why this can happen. I don't know. might be because they don't have the robot so good under control in a very spontaneous situation. But we saw the other situation as well. So there were some teams who had problems with the normal challenge. And that can happen, of course, if you come to another country, to another field, to another competition table, that you need to adjust and you have problems with that. So we had some teams that were not that good at the normal challenge, but then some teams that were really, really good at the second day challenge. And that shows that even if you have problems on the first day, you can have a good result if you have a good result on the second day, because I think we will explain in some minutes what is the overall ranking, and then you can see no matter what you have done on the first day, the second day is very important now as well.
Important is being in this challenge, and as you told us some seconds ago, when you are in the same room and you get the second day challenge, and at first it's quiet, and I suppose it might be for some easy that they see, okay, there are some teams who start to do something immediately, others are very quiet, and like in lessons in school, you may look, oh, what is the neighbor doing? It might also be inspiring. And now online, at home, with a coach, not with other teams, yeah, it's a different way of competing. And we are very happy that so many teams use this chance to compete with it. So is there anything you would like to tell the teams who are a little bit scared of the second day challenge? What was your strategy in former times? Because I know you did competitions too.
Yeah, I did competitions too. As I mentioned yesterday, it's 16 years ago, but I think the best strategy is really go step by step. What I mentioned just some minutes ago, just make one task, then the other task, and then try if you can do everything. And and again, I think very important for regular categories as well, be in time at this online international final with your upload of this next video. I think that is important, that our judges can really score all the videos and you don't get 0 points because there was an issue with the upload.
Yeah, upload is the theme. The upload for the last challenge finished. So if your video isn't uploaded, and I hope that every of the 217 possible videos are uploaded, please at the end think about time to upload. So you have 24 hours to do the job, but 24 hours also means 24 hours including uploading the video. So take your time, because if everybody does it very late, the upload might be very slow. So in your schedule for the next challenge, think of uploading the video at the right time. So Markus, I suppose you're taking a look at what is happening all over the world, looking to the videos, and I'm waiting for Lukas, because we want to talk about the scoring.
Yeah, I think Lukas is, of course, the head judge, the expert for the scoring, and I think he can explain the best way how it works with a normal challenge and the second day challenge in this international final. You can just come to us, Lukas.
Yeah, come to us, Lukas. And you have now the scene. You see, we love our studio. We have all the fields of the challenges here. Lukas, you go on my left-hand side, please. You have an impression of what technique is here, and thank you for the cameraman on both sides. Sometimes we got lost. Thank you very much for the technique and the videos, and who prepared everything very fine. And so, Lukas, let us talk about scoring.
Yeah, before we talk about scoring, I just want to jump in some urgent questions that we already got in the chat, if that is fine for you.
Yeah, it's very good. Ask your questions, please, and Lukas.
Yes, the first question we got was about hard coding solutions for the second day challenge. There is no randomization in the second day challenge, so you can basically hard code the solution for this challenge and solve it as fast as possible. Then the next question was about the end position of the robot. The robot, there is no end position defined in these challenges, so there are no points for a specific end position. You can just stop your robot immediately when the mission is over, and make sure that you really stop your robot and stop the timer at the end of the run, and then we can count the time for that. And the last question is about the junior age group. There are these pillars that have to be brought to the yellow parking bays in the exit lane. And the question was if these pillars have to be upside like this. No, they don't have to be upside or upright. They can be on the side either, so that is not a problem.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you see, if you have any questions or you are not quite sure, we are in contact not only online in this live stream, but with email and all the other possibilities to communicate, and we solve your problems as fast as possible. So for this, again, thank you very much. And then let us talk about scoring. How does it work this year?
Yeah. The scoring is a little bit complicated. I will try to explain it as easily as possible. Hopefully I can do that. So the teams already submitted 2 videos today. Let's call this day 1. So we have 2 videos on day 1, and then we have the second day challenge that will be uploaded until tomorrow. That is day 2. For the final ranking, we will sum up the best one from day number 1 and the second day challenge. Then we will add up the points and the time and see which team has scored better in this combination. If the teams are even in this combination, we will check out if the second day challenge had been better at the team. The team that had the better second day challenge will be ranked over the other team. So, and if teams are even after that as well, then we will take into account the worst run from the first day. And if they are even after that, then they will be ranked on the same place in the final ranking.
Yeah, I suppose even for our judges, it's a difficult job. So now for all the ones who load up their videos, calm down, enjoy that you are part of WRO competition this year, and judges, and we know it's a hard work, but we are thinking of you, and we know that you do your very, very best. Lukas, your strategy in stressing situations, are they different to the ones of Markus or Christoph? What do you do when you get stressed?
I actually did not heard what Markus and Christoph had said, what they do when they are stressed, but I try to find a short moment where I can just breathe in and out and then go on and continue the job.
As we can see, you didn't hear them, but they said the same things. So breathe and think of the situation now, not of the things which go bad. Think of what you can do now to be successful. So for now, thank you very much. I know for you also it's a hard job, uploaded videos, watching, talking to judges. Thank you very much, and we see us later.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and there's another head judge waiting for me. It's Danny. And he's smiling. He loves his job, I suppose. Welcome, Danny, back.
Thank you very much. Definitely smiling, yeah.
Yeah, you already watched some uploaded videos?
Yeah, the incredible thing is that we're halfway through watching all the videos, or the interviews rather. The interviews have been watched, and we've gone into live interviews as the head judges just to spectate and encourage our judges. And the incredible thing is I'm smiling because when they see the face, it's my face on screen, they are smiling. And the other thing is they're also smiling because the whole process is working, you know. We've had to reschedule one interview only out of 35 odd. And yes, interviews are done, being uploaded for rewatching for deliberation. And obviously the scoring has started, you know. So interviews that are done now, the scoring has already been done online.
And I suppose open category also is, for me, a miracle, but there might happen also unexpected things. And I suppose we have also prepared a film which we may take a look at now.
Absolutely, yeah. Wind search from Russia, methinks.
We are a team from Russia, and today we will show you our project Wind Search. The strength and direction of the wind is influenced by many factors: the property of the relief, vegetation, and microclimate of the area as a whole. Finding the optimal place to install the wind generator can be a difficult task, especially if territory is poorly explored. For example, in the condition of an expedition, the aim of the project is to automate the process of such a search.
So to do that, we built a system that consists of 3 robots: wind searcher that searches wind, main robot installer, and wind generator, and 3 non-robotic systems: air generator, air compressor platform that can change direction of the wind, main computer which calculates everything, and quadcopter, which is in our case just floating camera. And the first robot to act is wind searcher.
So wind searcher acts first. Its task is to find out the best place to install the wind generation. To do that, it goes through the entire field length and find out the best place to install and many powerful winds.
After that, it goes in the direction of the wind and goes until it can't even understand. Thus, our optic encoder rotates. After that, it shows up pink marker, and computer detects it and gives instructions to the main robot to go to the same place and install wind generator. It follows the path that wind searcher used, and to do it in the most accurate way, it used computer vision provided by OpenCV library. Wind generator itself has a special drill, which drills into the ground, and it guarantees that it won't topple over. Also, it has a propeller that can convert wind energy into the rotation force, and electromotor, which can convert rotation force into electro energy. As you can see, it's drilling to the ground right now. After that, main robot goes from them to the beginning spot, and as you can see, electro energy in the wind generator goes to the blue LED light, and robot can detect it. And if there is no light, it means that there is no wind, and we can't generate energy anymore. So let's imagine that wind changes its directory. It means that there is no wind anymore, and wind generator shows up orange mark. Computer detects it and gives instructions to the main robot to take it from this place. It rotates from the other side and goes to this orange marker. As I said before, it used the previous path and corrects with the computer vision. It lines up with the orange marker and tries to take it. The wind generator itself have a special encoder which could be rotated by main robot. If it do it, wind generator understands that it needs to drill out from the ground to make possible to take it from this place. That's it. After that, it brings its marker to the previous position, and the entire system goes to its beginning spots. As you can see right now, it rotates to its previous position and goes. The entire project has been coded by using Python. And to connect GWO3 controllers and Python, we have GWO3 Dev special framework. As you can see, our system went back to their previous position and ready to do the task again.
That's not all we would like to tell you about our project, but if you have any questions, we will answer them.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was a very, very impressive presentation. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to open the floor up to the judges for questions and answers. Mylene, would you like to start? Or would we leave it to Mylene? Would you like to ask a question? No. Okay. Katie?
I can't. I'm not supposed to. It's only
sorry,
the judges.
Apologies. Apologies.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just observing. Yeah.
I forgot about that. Sorry. Apologies.
Yes. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
So thank you for the presentation. It was really exciting. I do have a question, or even more, because it's so interesting, your project. Does the robot also use existing wind data? For example, you know that from meteorology, they gather wind data and there exists the database. So is that interesting for your robot? So that the robot could use existing data and not searching the wind. What do you think about that?
Right now we have just a flat floor without any relief, so we don't use any databases. But and as my teammate said before, we use the system in the conditions when the landscape is poorly explored. So actually, right now we don't use any databases to check our landscape.
Okay, and could you imagine that if your robot, your wind searcher, has found an area where the wind is very strong and you could put the wind generator, could you imagine that to gather these data and feed the database with these data for future use? Is that an idea?
At first, I'd like to say about that we have a six omni-wheel platform on a wind searcher. So it is very possibility car, so it won't topple over never, because it could slide to the right to or left, so it won't topple over. And a second, a couple of seconds. So also, as I said before, we have optic encoder, so we can check the speed of the wind, because the speed of the wind matters how fast optic encoder rotates.
It's not exactly the answer to my question, but thank you. Have you heard about mobile wind generators? So you have built a wind generator, but you may know from your research that there are also existing mobile wind generators. Could it be also a solution to use the mobile existing wind generators for your wind searcher instead of building your own wind generator? So that would maybe easier?
We actually built an entire platform which called Move It, because if we build just another platform to move wind generator, it could move only one propeller to generate energy. But in our case, we have two cases to place into them wind generators. So we actually upgrade the the existing concept of mobile generators.
Yeah, being in this competition online, problems. You might succeed with your robot, and then you have Zoom and you have the microphone and everything to do. I suppose this is also a challenge for the children, Danny.
Very much so. In this particular case, this interview started 4 minutes late because they couldn't get their microphones to work and had two devices. So judges were very patient. And they still got their 10-minute presentation. But I mean, absolutely an incredible project. You know, very technical and very clever. And yeah, from a wind search perspective, 3 models that talk to each other, save data for future. And I mean, take a portable wind generator out there, find the wind, place it there temporarily, because maybe through the seasons the wind changes and they have to put it somewhere else. You know, so a lot of thought into that, and obviously the builds are incredible. What we do miss in this particular case of where we are in this time is the judges would have loved to have touched and been much closer and looked inside those robots and turn a propeller so that they can physically see it. But for where we are, incredibly presented.
Yeah, this is also a challenge for the judges. Don't forget, we organized the studio. We are lucky to meet each other here, but also the judges need to have a computer, need to know how Zoom conferences work. They need enough speed in the internet, which depends sometimes on what happens around. So doing an online competition really is something, to my mind, adorable. I can't stop to tell you 217 teams, over 800 young persons in the challenge between 8 and 19. How many judges are working?
There are 30 judges for these 54 teams, of which each presentation, as you saw in the interview, is there are 3 judges present with an interview host. And the other interesting thing is, of course, there's technicality in that. It's something which we didn't practice. You know, you as a moderator were also practicing a little bit and slightly prepared. The interview host, there's a waiting room, which is the main Zoom room, and they actually set up 2 breakout rooms. And then the team comes in and they move into a breakout room. The judges are in another breakout room. Because while the one team is being judged by the judges all in one room, another team comes in, goes into the second breakout room, and they set up and wait for the judges then to move from one breakout room to the other. And I have to commend my interview hosts who've never done this before for actually managing through a little hitch or two, but really getting it right.
Adorable. And thank you to the judges in your open category and to all the judges in the whole WRO competition this year. Online is sometimes, to my mind, also very hard to handle. But this is the only chance to do it, and we are very happy that we can share all the experiences and all what we see with you as the spectators. So invite your friends and family and neighbors to watch today and tomorrow the challenges. It would be nicer to come together at one place. All over the world, you know, we had competitions live in Hungary and in a lot of different countries. But online is also something really very important. So join us, watch us, because we are looking at the clicks and we are hoping at the visitors counting at the internet. And it motivates us if a lot of you come to see us. So share it with everybody, please. Danny, what will happen next for you?
Well, we go and as head judges and judges, we make sure that the scoring is happening, and then the judges are preparing, and the teams again now for the last 2 rounds. There's another round of 3 hours this afternoon, and then another round of 3 hours tomorrow for the rest of the teams. But the relief now is we know that the system is working. You know, everybody's finding the right Zoom rooms, etc., etc. Sometimes we have had an open category team end up in a future engineer's Zoom room. But you know what? We've got to encourage them to make sure they read their documents and find the right Zoom room. But from that perspective, the system is running really nicely. So we hope and pray that it completes so that we can absolutely have all the scores in before we rank and deliberate tomorrow.
Yeah, technique is wonderful, and Zoom rooms and breakout
rooms, yeah.
Breakout rooms and contact. And the young team we listened came from Russia. They don't speak in their mother tongue. This is what I adore too. It was a junior class from Russia. Their mother tongue is Russian, and they can explain in English. So I suppose also for the idea of future career, if you start very early training your language, I suppose it would be very much easier to compete all the situations in life.
Absolutely.
Maybe in school, maybe in concurrence to other employees who want to get the job. And I suppose learning to win and fail is the same a little bit like in sports. If you fail, you have the next chance. It might be in the next year or afterwards, or it might be also in another category. I'm quite sure those from the regular category, very young, perhaps start next time in the open category because it's very much more open for all the ideas.
Very much so. So from the problem solving of robotics, okay, and to a theme, And also, if you manage those, then you're going to manage learning a different language a lot better. And the mindset that you have that it's only a challenge, it's not, you are going to overcome it. And that kind of mindset obviously is very, very beneficial for you going into your career and into your life as you get older.
Yeah, on the one hand, and please invite also your parents or the directors of the companies where your parents are working, because cool ideas.
Very much so.
Temporary wind collectors.
Yes.
Very cool. So stay with me a moment, because the next talk will be to Alex in Russia with Zoom video, and the question is whether Alex is already there, or but I may talk also with Danny. Ah, cool.
Hey, Alex, welcome.
Hi, Alex. Cool. So the next head judge in the next category, Danny, I know you have to work. Thank you very much for being with me until now. We see us later, and good luck for your work.
Thank you. You make it easy for us. Well done.
Thank you very much. Hi, Alex. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm good. I like the results. Some teams are presenting today for us, so yeah, it's very cool to see them with their solution, because they're quite promising, especially for the next day, for the next round.
Okay, and are you satisfied with all the things? Does the technique work for you? How does it feel to be online?
You know, sometimes we just see difficulty when judges cannot communicate with students properly. Sometimes students need to have translator, but it is common issue, I believe, for all the categories, not just for future engineers. But interesting thing here that judges cannot help students to understand something because they cannot show something on the field, and they need to just do this by language, right? By words. That, okay, stop. For example, stop your tent. Try to put your robot in the right place. Let's do the following. So we could just present something on the field when we are on an offline competition. But when we are just doing this online, it is getting difficult to explain something, especially because due to this language barrier.
Yeah, but as we heard already, this is a challenge, and being part of the WRO is also very important for everybody. And I'm not quite sure whether we may have also a look on voting. Or will you tell us a little bit more about voting? So I'm not quite sure whether we have a video, uploaded video of the voting, or if you want to explain what happens in your category.
Yeah, actually, currently, I'm not sure if it is possible technically, because currently we have, at this particular moment, judges have a session with the team from Saudi Arabia. Okay. And it's quite interesting that this team consists of girls. Yes, unfortunately, I cannot see them because I'm here on live streaming, and it will be quite interesting to see how they perform. Yeah, but it's quite interesting fact that we have 16 teams in a future engineers category, and one of them completely consists of girls, and it's interesting to see. Let me describe how our process is doing. So first of all, we have several judges. We have several judges groups. So one worked already for the first part of the day, and another just started an hour ago for the second part of the day. So both groups of judges will work with 8 teams. And what does it mean that they work with teams, right? So so the team is connecting to the Zoom session, And we have 2 runs in each Zoom session, and the judges are trying to inspect the robot of the team. So they try to measure, they are asking team to measure all the size that the robot within the limits. And also they are looking that from mechanical point of view, there is no any, that from mechanical point of view, is everything correct? So, and as soon as team can confirm this, so we are starting our round. So, and what before the first run in the round, every team has randomization. So by doing randomization, we understood the configuration of inner walls in the field. So our field has outer walls and inner walls. So the randomization allows us to identify which shape of inner walls will be. And after that, the team is not allowed to introduce any changes to the robot, to the mechanical part of the robot at all. So they cannot modify the program and so on. So, and they put the robot in the starting position. It's also part of the randomization. So it's also unknown for teams in advance where the robot will start it. And they need to run the robot. And they have their robot has 3 minutes to finish the task. So the task for the robot just run 3 complete laps on the track. And if it is stuck somewhere, the judges allow to teams to do some repairment action. So it is allowed only once in a run. So team could do some repairment, but it is not allowed to introduce any changes, just do some physical adjustments for the robot, and they could start it from the same section where it was stuck, right, before the repairment action was applied. And by doing so, we are trying to identify how many, actually how far a robot was driven on this track. So in the best case, the robot must be able to drive 3 laps. But if it is driven less than 3 laps, we are just considering the amount of section the vehicle driven through. And by doing so, judges identify some specific score for this vehicle in this particular run. So, for example, if robot just run 2 laps, it will take 16 points for them for every section, and 2 additional points for complete laps. So overall, they will get 18 points. Maximum score for the qualification round, for the round we have today, is 31 points. And we already have teams which did full score. Yeah, and we expect more teams today. So actually, so now we have team from Saudi Arabia, and after that we will also have additionally 5 teams.
Yeah, very cool, I suppose. A challenge online with all the problems you have. You told us you can't get into contact with the robot. You need to watch it by Zoom. And the ones who explain English is not their mother tongue. It's adorable. It's adorable how you manage it and how it works. If you want to give us also an idea about how you personally work with stress, what is your strategy? If you are stressed, perhaps it might help the coaches, or it might help the spirit of all. What is your way to calm down?
Okay. So usually I just start talking with someone. So usually, this is good tradition for us in WRO to have two head judges on the field, because especially for me, I could talk to Johan if I have some stress, or I could ask him some questions. I could say him what I think about some situation which happened. So yeah, it's so I'm trying to talk to Johan. So probably it's not fair from my side with respect to him, but yeah, unfortunately, this is only the way how I can reduce amount of stress on the competition, because it's definitely a very stressful situation also for head judge, especially when we have offline competition, because we have lots of pressure from coaches, from parents, sometimes from participants. Sometimes we even have some claims from national organizers, which is we understand why they are trying to combat their participants. Yeah, it's understandable, but sometimes it's quite stressful for us. There are lots of difficult situations we need to participate in. Yeah, but fortunately for us, there are two judges, and we are trying to help to each other with these situations, to explain other judges, participants, coaches, parents, national organizers that okay, everything is okay. We are trying to just have similar judgment process, or ideally the same judging process for everyone. So everything described in the rules. So just we are trying to follow in the rules. So, and this is the best practice for us to not be in stress. Just follow the rules that we always can say. This is described in the rules. Just stop pushing us, because here is the rule. So the rules are saying these limitations, so you need to follow these limitations. The rules are saying that this is allowed. You could do this, right? So that's why. I was involved for a few years already in WRO to either rework or prepare new rules for new competitions. So, and we are trying to achieve such game description which allow everyone understand the game rules in the same manner, and it helps all parties, participants, coaches, national organizers, and judges to not be in difficult situation on the competition.
Yeah, this is also another aspect. We only talked about the children who are in the challenge, but parents might be very severe, and even other parties around the children. I suppose you are lucky also because we are not in football. In football, you have to take a decision and then it's taken. So, okay, we have the judge with a special camera, but you can't do it too often. And this is also what we like to say. If a team is not okay with the decision of a referee, you can tell us, and then we can relook it, so to say, because this is not the idea to find a fast solution. We need to find solutions because at the end we want to have winners. But this is also an aspect of being fair. And sometimes it's a question of a perspective even. So when you have a Zoom meeting and a camera with a camera, it might be difficult to take everything necessary. So to all the teams in all the categories, whether it's regular category or open category or future engineers for which you are the head judge, please tell us. All the referees try to be fair, but also they have their challenges with Zoom, with the fact that there is no personal contact, and even for the team here. So I'm not alone. You saw the team. You will see it at the end. But we are very happy to have us live here. And again, very happy to have you with a Zoom meeting, but also me personally. I'm very happy to meet you next year live at the place. And thank you very much for doing this job, for facing the online problems. And from our side, and I suppose also from all the teams and from everybody around, a great thank you for your judges, and tell them that everybody of us is with them and that they believe in them. And perhaps tell me, what time is it around you? How is the weather? Because all of you who are watching us, this is a really special situation. We have different time slots, we have different temperatures. How is it around you? Is the weather nice in Russia? How late it is? Give us a little bit the idea of your
Okay, great.
surrounding.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's 5 o'clock here. 5 p.m. here in Russia. It's quite dark already outside, and we are at the beginning of winter. It is already. We have already snow on our streets. So it's actually a lot of snow. And personally, I am living in quite windy place. So yeah, we also have lots of wind here. And my place is located close to Kazan. Kazan is a quite big city, which is located in the middle between Moscow and Ural Mountains. So yeah, probably you will find this city on the map. It's quite interesting place to visit. So we are always welcome everyone to visit Russia, and especially Kazan. It's a very beautiful city.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the invitation. Perhaps one day we have the world final in your country and or even in your city. Be careful because of the snow. Huh? If you go to the bakery, don't slip on the ground, don't break your leg. We need you we need you in health every time, but as a head judge of the final of the World Robot Olympiad, please be careful, huh? Don't catch a cold, and good luck for the work you have to do. We are happy to meet you soon. Thank you very much, Alexander.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. What a challenge and what a world final. And we talked already about different aspects, and one aspect is money. So for those who build the robots, they need money to buy it, but also for the whole organization, we need sponsors. And I'm very happy to welcome two persons, three, who would talk about these things, and they have special hats on their heads. Hi, Klaus. Nice to meet you again, Secretary General of the WRO. And please, perhaps you introduce also our second guest.
Yes, I'm very pleased to be here today, and together with Gareth and James, who is our strategic business partner manager. And we are here wearing these fabulous red hats because they are courtesy of our new gold sponsor, Red Hat. And we're just absolutely delighted to be working with Red Hat. Not because they're not really just only a sponsor of us, but they are also bringing all the expertise from across their organization, and to help us develop our programs, to help us do new projects, but also to build links between WRO and industry, and real world challenges, which is what WRO is all about. So Gareth can elaborate further on that.
Well, for those of you not familiar with Red Hat, they are an open source software company. Now, open source software products are released under licenses, allowing users to study, adapt, and distribute the software anywhere they like. And that allows anybody else to get involved in developing it and move it forward. Now, for us, this is a great relationship with WRO because obviously we have robotic solutions to the challenges that we set. And when we look particularly at the new futures categories where competitors can use any hardware or any software, and where competitors are learning from one another and developing new ideas by building on old ones, this very much reflects the Red Hat ethos. And so what we're going to see now is a film that Red Hat have provided us with, which gives you a good idea as to what sort of company they are, the work that they do, why they are very good people for us to be working with, and also why they want to work with us going forward into the future.
Very cool. So I suppose we take a look at the film and then we meet again to talk a little bit about the future and how we want to work together with Red Hat. So up to here, thank you very much. And let's the film start.
Thank you.
I joined Red Hat back in 2015. You know, sometimes when you meet a group of people and you suddenly feel like, oh, they're exactly my kind of crazy. It just felt like, yes, this is what I really want to do. And these are the kind of people I really want to work with. I'm someone who always look forward to more challenging things to do. I need to really be excited about coming to work every morning. And somehow Red Hat has always been able to meet up that challenge. I am an associate manager with the support delivery team. All we do is solve customer problems. It's scary, it's exciting. I have been able to jump out of bed, be excited about logging in, and at the end of the day, being able to feel some form of an achievement before I log out. We have freedom to work on different things here. It's okay if someone doesn't know everything. The important part is how passionate are you about learning. More than that, how passionate are you about solving a customer's problem? When you work out solving that problem and know that, okay, I have been able to help my customer resume business, that's a definite happy feeling I walk out with at the end of the day, every day. I'm Priyanka. I am an associate manager and I'm part of the Red Hat product and technology organization.
I've been at Red Hat since December 5th, 2011. I remember that clearly because it marked a pivotal moment in my career. As a person with a disability, Red Hat is definitely one of the very few places that I worked where people did not make any assumptions as to my capacity to do my work or to collaborate with others. I've been empowered from the very beginning to do what I do best, to participate. Working for the products and technologies organization here at Red Hat definitely feels different from everything that I've ever done in the past. Innovation and collaboration is a default mode for all of us. You talk to anyone at Red Hat, you can see that they are here because they care about what they do. These are people who are fully vested in what they're working on. We get to work on the next version of a product, the next solution to a problem. What makes Red Hat different, in my opinion, is that we get to define the open source way of tackling that problem. I'm Augie Maciel, I'm a senior manager, and I am proud to be part of Red Hat's product and technologies organization.
My name is Kapil Shukla. I work as a principal architect in Singapore.
Hi, I'm Sarabjit.
Amita Roy, Director Solution Architecture, India.
My name is Suphanni, a Solution Architect Manager from Red Hat Thailand.
Every once in a while, a technology comes that changes the IT landscape by leaps and bounds. We witnessed such a technology in the last few years. The technology has changed the way the applications were being developed, they were packaged, and getting deployed on a hybrid cloud. Yes, I'm talking about the container platforms. And Red Hat is the leader in this technology with more than 2,700 enterprise customers worldwide.
It's Red Hat's unrelenting focus on open source. The commitment that we have to open source that extends beyond technology.
It allows us to share, collaborate, and have productive debates towards achieving our goals.
That it helps world embrace open source in its true sense. And that's all possible by the support which Red Hat provides to its customer.
As a solution architect, you will be talking not only to your external customers, but very often to your internal stakeholders.
A chance to be the trusted technologists working with our customers and partners as they navigate their open hybrid cloud journey.
You will be providing solutions to problems. And therefore, it is important for a solution architect to be logical,
strategic communication,
and influential.
To genuinely connect to your customers.
The power to collaborate with communities consistently for more than 2 decades is what makes Red Hat's innovative in its approach, and that becomes visible in Red Hat products.
It's a Red Hat culture. It defines who we are. It is reflected in our products and services. In fact, it extends to just about everything that we do.
It allows me to contribute to the growth of others.
If open source excites you, you're passionate about hybrid cloud technologies, and above all, you want to work with an organization which puts a lot of pride in culture.
Join Red Hat and be part of this exciting and transformational journey.
And what's this one? This is a fun little thing. This is a thing that we call TinyBot, and we were working on a project that was actually about security in ROS, and we needed to demonstrate that we had made a secure system that you couldn't hack into. And so we actually built an entire Lego town and then had robots like this running around, and we showed when there was security was turned off that the bad guy could take over the robot and then mow down the Lego people. And then when the security was turned on, the bad guy couldn't take over the robot. So we saved the Lego town.
There's technology, there's the software, and then there's the people.
Willa Garage was this really kind of strange place. It's just strange enough to be able to bring the community together.
It was to make robotics better as fast as possible.
The results we got were because it was open source, it was a really good idea, it was the right value proposition for those grad students, and they told their friends, and it just spread through the entire robotics community.
So next thing you knew, we had a huge project that half the world was using to do robotics.
We were working on trying to make robotics happen as an industry, so moving it out of just research labs and into the real world. That was our goal. And one of the great things that came out of it was the robot operating system.
So this started for me when I was starting my PhD program with my partner in crime in this, Eric Berger. Now, we studied a bunch of things going on in robotics. At the time, you've talked to Brian Gerke, right? So at the time, there was a platform called Player Stage, which was a very successful open source project in robotics, in basically like robots that drive around. So we talked to everybody using that. We're like, why isn't this used in more advanced robotics? And that's when we got this message of like, look, nobody's even close to standardizing how this system should work.
So for a long time in robotics, it had been the case that you would get your hands on a robot, and then you would write a whole bunch of what we would call infrastructure, software to go with it. And that was just to make the robot vaguely work. Then after that, you could do what you actually wanted to do, which was to do an experiment, solve a problem, test a hypothesis. And the goal with ROS was to make it so that we took care of all that.
ROS is what makes it possible for body parts of the robot to talk to other body parts, and for humans to filter through all of those messages that come spewing out of the machine, picking out the ones that we care about and using that to build applications on top of. That's how I think of it.
Software has to combine together, and if you want to do a big multi-person effort, you have to have a framework for that. ROS was that framework.
What it means is that if you want to develop a new robot, you don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to do the fundamental, sensors talking to computers. You don't have to do the fundamental navigation. You don't have to do the fundamental perception. That's all built into ROS.
That notion, that core idea that I can use ROS and take my piece of this, but combine it with everybody else's best of breed stuff, that's a really powerful idea, and that idea spread like wildfire.
They really started to cement this idea in a strong way that you can have platforms that are beyond just a standalone ARM or standalone mobile base. You can have a very complex standard platform that has all of this capability. And I think giving away the first 11 PR2s had a big impact in that way.
is a robot designed from the ground up to enable software developers to focus on new ideas and new technologies. The PR2 stands for Personal Robot 2.
It was a combination of like the sci-fi idea of a robot and the reality of what is required to make a robot that can do all of the things that you want a robot to do.
I think of the PR2 as really a research platform for trying out ideas and prototyping, but no one wants that thing in their house. Like, it will destroy your carpets, first of all, and freak out your dog. The PR2 was not the point. It was practice for Ross.
This week, doing the normal things, working out a few new processes with the ROS 2 Technical Steering Committee.
My memory recalls I believe it was a Friday afternoon, might have been happy hour, sitting outside of Willow Garage, and Brian proposed this idea to me about splitting off to form the Open Source Robotics Foundation.
And that's really the point where we took responsibility for ROS.
They took up the gauntlet, right? They kept the ROSCON conferences going. They've kept the community growing.
And that's really accelerating not just robotics research, but robotics industries everywhere.
One of the robots behind me, we created in 5 months from scratch, like hardware, software, everything. It was running and it was riding on elevators, right? How do you do that fast? The answer is ROS, right? There's no way we could have done it without that.
I mean, Ross really transformed everything.
It was changing a culture that was very insulated to a culture of how do we make things reproducible.
The community would not be at the size it is, and people would not be having the commercial impact they're having, certainly if we had gone a different way with how we licensed it.
And then without that one common platform that everybody's building on and contributing to and enabling people to build on each other, without that common platform that brings the community together, robotics would definitely not be where it is today.
Okay, there we go.
Is it recording?
Camera recording.
And I think it's rolling on both.
My educational journey actually started in high school, I guess you can say, when my main goal was actually just to graduate with a high school diploma. However, that became an obstacle when I got pregnant in my junior year. From there, that ended up taking 27 years to this point where I'm at.
So here's my high school that I attended when I was younger. This is also where I met my husband. I like to call him my high school sweetheart, who is now my college sweetheart.
My son started college at the same time I started college. It was pretty interesting because eventually all of the kids were in college at the same time as me and my husband. I like to say we're all first generation students. It becomes harder when there's 4 of us I'm having to pay for.
In Arkansas, we have a good number of first-gen students at all our institutions just because we are not necessarily a bachelor degree state. Finding ways to kind of elevate them and help them be, the first in their family to graduate college, which is a big deal and can really change generations. Students who are not familiar with going to college, they may be unaware that they need to pay for books and course resources, and that is a huge shock to a lot of our students.
If I had known what I know now as a freshman, I would be looking up PDFs like nobody's business because, the amount of times that you don't actually need the textbook is insane. Okay, yeah, it's $300, but it's also $300 next semester and every semester for the rest of your college career. I know that that's not a big amount of money in the adult world, but when you're a college student, that is like millions.
Okay, so imagine you're a student from a low-income family and you're struggling to pay and you're stressed out. Now you have additional responsibility to go and talk to your professor saying, "Professor, I'm poor, I can't afford, and I need help."
They've already kind of internalized that defeat, and that's a horrible way to introduce someone to college.
So it's the late 1990s, and I'm teaching an electrical engineering course at Rice, and I'm looking out over my students, and I see the super engaged students right at the front, but I'm also looking at the back, right? And the students that, tuning out, falling asleep. I needed some way of having a much more flexible course, and that just was impossible with a paper textbook. The paper textbook was it's like off-the-rack learning. In my research group, we were switching from proprietary software to open source, in particular to Linux. And we became fascinated by how great it was, how high quality it was, and how it was free. And then it was just a light bulb moment, right? That, wait, why can't we do this for textbooks, for courses, for just learning in general? OpenStax is a nonprofit educational publisher. We're based at Rice University, and our mission is to improve educational access and learning for everyone. When students are deeply engaged with the material in the course, they're more likely to learn. And so what we're doing is infusing our digital versions of our text with multimedia features, simulations, videos, and also machine learning analytics, so that students don't just read about ideas on the page, but instead can interact with them and receive continual feedback on their learning progress.
The nice thing about open educational resources is they really put the access front and center, and that drives the whole concept. It kind of levels the playing field.
You got it? Yeah. If a professor can and are willing to develop their course around either a free textbooks or even just free resources any way that they can, you're essentially giving that student in your class, every student in your class, a scholarship.
By enlisting the help of a village, authors, peer reviewers, and then supporting folks to develop all the things that you need for a high quality textbook, we found that we could develop really, really fantastic materials and get them into student hands, relatively quickly. And the main issue ever since we launched OpenStax in 2012 has really been getting the word out.
I reached out and talked to their news director, who got us in touch with whoever is in charge of scheduling interviews, which is awesome. They seemed really excited about covering our campaign, which is awesome. I'm really excited about that.
I became aware of OER when I joined the textbooks campaign, because a lot of people just don't really understand what OER is and how much that could benefit them.
So that's like one of our goals, to raise more awareness. We do something like a faculty canvassing, and we go and knock on the professor office and like, hey, if you have a free time, we're happy to talk.
We call them trailblazers at UConn, OER trailblazers. If a professor uses an OER, has created an OER, or has edited an OER, we think they're the best professor ever. And we try and focus on them and highlighting them so that students maybe will flock more to their classes and incentivize those other professors to be like, maybe I should be doing something along these lines too. Utopia though, all 1,000 and 2,000 level classes OER. We want students to not have to pay for those gen ed courses. If I could get those online for free, perfect.
I do think that the more you know about OER and what it can do, especially if you're in the student success business, you should be really interested in it. You should be really exploring it and figuring out how to make it work for you, because you're talking about students that need that initial win. They need that initial, you got this, you can do this, you're here, you got what you need. Now let's get you going and get you moving in the right direction.
It's been pretty neat going to school because I've learned that I was very much more capable of doing more than what I had envisioned.
It's amazing to think that all these people are coming together to try to help as best as they can the students. Their mission as an organization is what keeps me focused, keeps me interested, and keeps me wanting to learn more.
The match between open source ideas and education is perfect, because education is a fundamental human right. Everyone should have access to knowledge and the ability to learn that knowledge. Moreover, education is fundamentally a community enterprise. Everyone has something to teach, and everyone has something to learn.
Red Hat, a cool partner, open source, to share experiences with the world, but also to get experiences from the world. And this is also the spirit of WRO. We want to make a better future, and we start kids. We're starting this with kids who we want to motivate to think about solutions without any frontiers. But to organize all this, to have this nice setting and so forth, it's a big challenge being Secretary General of the WRO. We are very lucky about the children and how they manage it, but all the organization also needs to run, and this doesn't work without money. So tell us a little bit about your experiences in collecting money for WRO.
Well, first, I'd just like to point out why we believe that Red Hat is such a great new sponsor for us. I think the video shows that clearly. They are a company that is involved in robotics, first of all, and they are a company that's involved in giving back and spreading education, giving opportunities for everyone. And this is exactly what we are trying to do. But in general terms, the WRO would not be possible without our sponsors. And that goes for all the sponsors we have. And we could use more. Really, we could. And so the support we get from Red Hat, from Lego Education, from Juniper Networks, and our silver sponsors, is just fundamental to our opportunities to operate, because it does cost money to develop a program like WRO and bring it worldwide, not just for the association, but also for the many, many national organizers out there in the world. So maybe, Gareth, you want to elaborate a little bit on the need for more companies to come forward?
We really need more companies, more foundations, more grant-giving organisations to come forward with not only financial support for WRO, but also their expertise and their guidance and their opportunities to link the WRO programmes with the real-world challenges that they are having to address. It's very important that we make the WRO experience for young people relevant to business, to show them where they could be going on to in the future. So for us, we need the financial support and we need the expertise as well. And it's worth remembering, of course, that WRO is a global organisation. We have almost 100 countries that we're working with. Many of those are with young people who have so much potential but just don't have the resources to get properly engaged with the programmes that we offer or other STEM opportunities. Hence, we need so many more people to come on board to give us the resources that we need to reach those young people and to enable them to fulfil their potential.
So, sponsors in the world, if you want to have more arguments, be part of our online event this year. But on the WRO websites also you can see films of the competitions live in other countries. And if you watch in the eyes of the children how eager they are to solve the problems and even how they motivate their robots to win is really impressive to see. And we can proceed also in this with sponsors, and I'm quite sure there are a lot of advantages, not only in online presentations like this. The World Finals are also really special, and we gather a lot of people. Perhaps you have again some ideas why it's really good to be partner of WRO.
It's a really good opportunity to work with WRO because it gives our partners, our sponsors, an opportunity to meet with young people, to see just how creative and inspired they can be, and to give them an opportunity to engage with them and to share with them their opportunities and experiences from being that bit older, and show the young people what opportunities they can possibly have for themselves. But it also acts as an encouragement to the sponsors and their staff, because when they meet with the young people, often it's a great opportunity for them to re-engage with the inspiration and the excitement and the love of STEM, but also for the people who are volunteering and engaging. It's a great way for them to develop skills, communication skills, volunteering skills, just learning how to communicate with people who may not be quite as technically au fait as they are, and actually then working out how to actually engage and enthuse those young people. So what we need from our sponsors is their expertise and their manpower. We need those volunteers, we need the people on the ground to help out, and coming along and getting involved in a WRO event, whether it be an in-country competition or the international finals, is a great way for the sponsors, older people like me, to meet with the young people and to really get that excitement about science and technology all over again.
Yeah, and even perhaps ideas for new techniques, because very often they deal with sustainable things because the climate will change and there are a lot of problems, and the children don't have any frontiers. They don't think about money. They also want to present their ideas, and perhaps they are inventors, and perhaps they, from the WRO we get some new impulses for former strategies. So
you've summed it up beautifully, because the young people, they don't have any boundaries. They're not constrained by understanding how a company operates or having to think about what the bottom line financially is. They can just have the ideas. And then it's down to the people in the companies to go, actually, maybe we could make that work if only we approach it in the right way.
So join us. WRO is really cool. For sponsors, we need the money, but we assure you, and if you look into our eyes, we are smiling not because we are on television, because we are smiling because we are part of it. We already saw uploaded videos. We saw the enthusiasm of the children, the enthusiasm of our judges, and the coaches around, and I suppose also of the parents, to help the children to be more successful. I suppose we need to answer some questions, and I'm very happy to have the specialist team. So up to here, thank you very much, Klaus. Thank you very much, Gareth. And sponsors, you know whom to talk to. Take your mobile phone via email, or you find the address on the internet. We will be very, very happy if you join us. Thank you very much, you both. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now our specialists, questions to be answered. And I'm a specialist for moderation, so I may leave. And thank you very much for helping the community to solve their problems. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Heike. And you have deserved a little break now. And we do what we have done yesterday as well. So we take a look at question and answers, important things to know for our different competition categories. And I'm here with the different head judges. And because they are very busy at the moment, I'm here with one judge per question session, I would say. Lucas, head judge for regular category. Let's start with some important things about the second day challenge. We just released that, I think, some hours ago, and teams are working on that. And there are some questions about the rules, because we have now announced a new game field with new topics. But which other rules apply for this challenge?
Yeah, thanks, Markus, for the introduction. So for the second day challenge, in general, the normal rules we know from the regular category apply. So you have a usual run, you have 2 minutes to solve your task. Your robot will start in the starting area as in a normal competition as well. So the overall setting for the second day challenge is more or less identical. You're just receiving a new game for that.
Okay, so same rules, but just a bit new game field and same task. And then there was a question about do I need to do all tasks all together? Can I start with the first or the last one? What is there information about that?
Yes, it's more or less the same as you know it from the normal tasks as well. You can choose the missions you want to solve. You can solve them in the order you want to solve them. You can combine multiple tasks if you can do that. And if you're finished with the task, just stop your robot where it is and end your one. So the timer does not count upwards without the robot doing anything. And then you can have a very great result in this second day challenge.
Okay, and connected to the challenges, of course, there is a question of perhaps randomization. And there is no randomization at second day challenge, or?
Yes, that is correct. There is no randomization for the second day challenge. And that also means you can hard code your solution for the second day challenges. So you don't have to worry about randomization and checking all the objects. You know all the positions of the objects and can just solve them as fast as possible.
Okay, and then there is a difference in the game with the finish area, because for the normal games, the finish area, you can get some points if you be there at the end. But here you don't get points for that. So what is the situation at the end of a run?
Yeah, in a normal run, there is this extra task. The robot has to come back to the starting area and you get points for that. But it's not involved in this second day challenge. So just make sure that your robot stops immediately after you have solved the tasks. In that case, your time will as short as possible and you can be better than other teams. If you have the same points, then your run will be better because you have solved these missions faster.
Okay, now talking about points again, I think you mentioned that earlier. Just very briefly, how does the ranking work now with the second day challenge? If we take a look at the results on Sunday, what is in the combination of the first day and the second day, the ranking?
Yeah, we have 2 runs from the first day and 1 run from the second day, and we will just take the better run from the first day and the run from the second day and sum the points up, and that will be used as main ranking factor. Only if you are even after some conditions, we will take a look at the worst run from the first day. So do not worry if one of the runs was not that good. It might not influence your ranking.
Okay, and I think if you want to read that in more details, you can always take a look at the event website. because it's a result section of the event website at WRO2021.org. We have the ranking factors listed, so you can see what is happening if, for example, the points are the same or the time is the same or something like that. Then the most important thing is uploading of videos in regular category. We had a deadline some hours ago. I hope that many teams uploaded videos. Is it the same process for the second day challenge now?
Yes, the process for the second day challenge will be more or less the same. The only difference is you only have to upload one video for the second day challenge. So just make the best video you can, solve the task as fast as possible, and then submit your video. And maybe make sure not to submit it in the last minutes. If you are already finished and can not improve, just submit your video. That will make the job of the judges a little bit easier.
And perhaps even the job of the server, because then we can make sure that we have no problems with our cloud. So please upload in time or even a bit before. That helps everyone in the judging. Do you want to say something more?
Yeah, I just want to remember all teams that we have a page for questions and answers on the WRO website under WRO-association.org. There in the menu you find the competition, and then there's questions and answers, and you will find many questions around the second day challenge there already. Especially for the junior age groups, there were some questions about the pillars, if they have to be upwards or not, or upright or not. They do not have to be upright in the yellow parking base. They can lay on the side. And in the senior age group, there was a question about the cars, if the cars have to be in an upright position. That is not necessary either. So take a look at the Q&A question page. Then you will find your answer right away and do not have to wait for our email responses.
Yeah, and if you have questions, you can ask us online as well. So please use that and not write us individual messages. That is a big help as well. So everything for regular category. So thank you so much, Lucas. And I think you will now go back and watch videos, score videos, enjoy that, and have fun while watching that as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that is about regular category. And now we take a look at the other category. So the open category. Dani, welcome here again for the Q&A session. And you told me one thing earlier that that is a surprising thing about open category. You don't have that much questions, or?
Yes, it's very unlike regular category in that, it's not as precise, and you have to be in certain places, move certain things. Your model has to be certain sizes. I mean, the only restriction we normally have with face-to-face competition is that you present your exhibition and your project in a cubicle of 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters high. And in this case, we've encouraged people to stay in the same area. But I mean, that makes it a lot easier. And then obviously you're trying to sell the solution to your project to the judges. So it sort of takes out an exhibition or a sales environment and trying to convince people that your project will work for a solution. So much more free flow and not so specific. We have limits of times for presentations, etc. But even the hardware and the software now within open category has totally opened up. You don't have to use Lego education or Lego products, branded products specifically. So, that's opened it up entirely. In fact, it's a test for the judges now because suddenly we have to upskill, and know a lot more than we did before.
I can imagine that it's much more challenging if much more robot technologies can be used in this. And is it then a challenge to judge it online? Because you mentioned that there were some technical issues when entering a Zoom room or something like that?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, fortunately, it's run very well up to now. And the going into a Zoom room, we have an interview host who controls the Zoom room. But that becomes the waiting room. And in fact, they set up two breakout rooms so that we can, while we're judging one team with the judges in one breakout room, we can bring in the second team or the third or the fourth into the other breakout room, give them time to set up, and then the judging happens in the other room, and then those leave, and then the judges move to breakout room 2, and then while the judges are judging over there, the following team comes into the waiting room and gets put into a breakout room again. So fortunately, we've only had to reschedule one, but as I said, it's a test for our judges because they've had to upskill to become interview hosts with breakout rooms and move and assign people around. But they've really taken to the task, and my utmost respect for doing it so quickly and so efficiently.
But very good to hear that there are not any major problems with the technical setup. How many teams did you judge so far?
So there are 54 in total, and so we're halfway. That's 27 teams. In fact, as we speak now, they've restarted. So basically we had a 3-hour session yesterday, and we had a 3-hour session this morning, and now we've got a 3-hour session this afternoon and another 3-hour session tomorrow. So we are halfway through. And the judges are away from actually attending interviews on the online scoring have actually started entering the scores for the teams that have been completed. We've also obviously recorded all the interviews so that those can be used again in deliberation after the final interviews have been completed.
Okay. Deliberation is a good keyword because a question we sometimes get is how does the overall judging work in open category? Because at the beginning, the teams send in a report and a video that is already collected some days before. I assume that the judges take a look on that. Then now we have the Zoom live interview. How does it work, and how does it work with all the different judges? Because open category is not, as you mentioned, so precise.
Yes.
So it is more subjective perhaps, but how can we guarantee a fair judging process?
Well, you've made the question so difficult, I'm not sure I can answer it.
So what is the judging process?
No, so,
it's an easy question.
So effectively, pre-competition, we have a video and a report which are part of the scoring process. There's a whole rubric into topical areas of programming, mechanical design, engineering design, teamwork, etc., etc. But the video really is there to give the judges an idea of the area that is covered with their solution and which part of the theme they're actually going to deal with. The report is obviously the research beforehand, and we can see where they've looked, how they've approached it, who did what, where they got the idea, and very, very importantly, the report is utilized for the judges to prepare questions pre-interview, so that they don't sit there with their stuck, not knowing what to ask. At least they've got prepared. And it was in face-to-face, it wasn't that important because you could see the project and walk around, etc. Here we have one opportunity to see the presentation, and it's better to actually have some prepared questions because you won't have too much time to think about that. As far as the scoring goes, I'm not going to talk about the past. Let's talk about the online competition specifically, is that in each age group, the teams were divided into 2 groups, Group 1 and Group 2. And then we also divided the judges, 6 judges, into Group 1 and Group 2 of 3 judges each. And then those scores go into a ranking for Group 1 and for Group 2. Okay, so let's talk 8 teams per group in the age group. And effectively that ranking leaves us with 8 teams in a certain position. Because not all the judges have seen all the teams, okay, we then take the top 5 from each group, okay, and then what happens is all the judges at the same time are then resent the interviews so that they can then catch up on why the other judges have got their top 5 in their order. And then what happens in deliberation is the one group of judges will have to convince the other group of judges between 1 and 1, 2 and 2, etc., and deliberate on a final top 10 within the 5 from each group. So it is quite technical. We do that manually, and obviously we will publish the rankings eventually, but that doesn't happen as soon as obviously regular and the surprise rule.
Of course, if we publish the ranking for open categories, then everyone would already know who has won. And I know from experience that this deliberation may take until the very last minute because you need to talk a lot. You need to talk about, what is in the, as you said, judging group A and B, and then you have teams on the first place in both judging groups. You need to discuss together,
yes.
And that can take a lot of time. And then if you want to re-watch the interview or the report or the video, then it takes time. But I think it is worth taking this time because it's just a good signal for the teams that they know that a lot of judges care about their projects and to find the best result.
Very much so. And I absolutely love, and I don't do it now. I did as a head judge for an age group category, but it's one of the exciting times. It's very tough and very challenging as a head judge for an age group to actually deliberate, because you can't show any bias, you can't encourage people's opinions. Okay, what you're doing is asking questions to guide them to make the right decisions. And yes, there is pressure, because sometimes it takes long, and it depends, because obviously it's subjective and everybody has different opinions, which makes it really interesting. And we have in the past got to the point where effectively for a deadline to finish the ranking between team 5 and 6 or 3 and 4 or 10 and 11, for example, is we've just had to go to the vote.
Yeah, okay, that's how it is perhaps, but I still assume that the judges try to find the best possible solution to have a fair ranking for the teams.
Very much so. From a judging perspective, and from a head judge's perspective, and from a main head judge perspective, effectively when we have completed all the judging for all the teams and the ranking is in place, we've got to be comfortable in our own minds and sleep well that we've actually got the fairest and best decision at the time.
Then I really hope that you sleep well the next 2 nights as well when thinking about all this process. And
it'll take a week to recover.
Yeah, okay, but that is okay. If the teams have the results on Sunday, then they are happy and you can recover. Say hi to all the judges from us and say thank you for all the hard work they do. And now we come to the third category and our other head judge, Alexander in Russia.
Hello, Alex.
Hi.
Hi again.
One more time.
So I hope you are fine, and I did not had chance to take a look at what is happening in Future Engineers so much. So can you explain what has happened in the last hours and if there were any issues or problems that we can talk about?
Yeah, actually, I already previously said about our main issues. The main issue so far is actually we have 2 sort of issues. One is language barrier, that it's quite difficult sometimes to explain, especially without any translator to teams, what exactly they need to do. Because we found that not so many teams read the rules carefully, accurately. Yeah, and we need to explain some points of the rules. And another barrier or issue we met is related to again the rules, that sometimes we judges just have no ability to show teams exactly what they need to do, and we need to do this by our words. We need to repeat again and again what they need to do. They do not understand us, and we are trying to say in different way what they need to do, explain why they need to do this exactly the same manner, because it is described in the rules. So yeah, this is the main difficulties we have so far. Yeah.
So you could say again, reading rules is very important. That is the main issue. But could it be as well because Future Engineers is a new category that people don't know what they need to do at the first international event for Future Engineers, because it's the first time, of course?
Yeah, exactly. For example, in what made the main difference with the previous years with other competitions, that we have a repairment. We allow teams to do a repairment actions. So they allowed to do so one in a run. So if something goes wrong and the robot stuck near to the wall and didn't move in, so if it is not moving, so we allow the team to do something, at least restart the robot to run it again, right? But the rules are currently saying that the robot needs to be put in the middle of the section. The robot is where the robot was stopped, right? So, and this is the part so no one expected, but it is described in the rules, but no one probably know how to do this as per the rules, right? And this is the main difficulty here. So yeah, this is something new which has appeared only in the Future Engineers game rules, but hopefully teams, especially for tomorrow, will get knowledge how to do repairment, and tomorrow we'll have less issues with teams.
Okay, do you think that there is something more the teams can do better than just reading the rules? Is there any technical problems with Zoom or the webcams or something else you can share?
Actually, we solved most of the issues with cameras with the field yesterday during testing sessions. So it was very they were very successful, I believe. So we received some questions from teams, and we were able to discuss these questions and help them to understand rules in proper manner. So yeah. So today we almost have no issues with cameras and with field, just with robots, but it's as usual on the competition. This is as usual on the competition, because always when judging is started, robots don't want to work in proper manner.
Yeah, this is a part of that robots have their own life, I guess. Do you have anything else you want to share for future engineers, or we just keep it short if there are no other questions or problems?
No questions anymore from my side. Yeah, I need to return to the judging session.
Okay, then enjoy watching the teams and helping them, and thank you for your work, and all for the other judges and future engineers as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is more or less the end from our question and answer session on regular category, open category, and future engineers. If you have some more questions, you can always come to us and visit our website. Our national organizers and teams can use the support system and ask us some questions. You find information on our event website as well in the competition parts. For example, you can download the second day challenge from today as a PDF file, so you can really read what is in the rules. And on our WRO association website, you can find updated question and answers as well, some with photos to explain you different situations as well. Yeah, I think before we come to the next topic of today, we can just look back again and take a look at one of our last international finals, 2017 in Costa Rica. Let's take a look at the movie of Costa Rica and enjoy how beautiful international final in a warm weather country can be.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So hi, we are back again and live. So Marcus talked about sunny weather in Costa Rica. Now we are back in our sunny studio. Danny, nice to meet you. Yeah, it's really sunny. We feel very comfortable. We have t-shirts and about the beach and swimming in the ocean we talk a little bit later on. Let us talk about what is happening. And just behind the camera, you tell me that the open category is very special because they deal with completely different problems to solve.
Yeah, so effectively, every year with a host country, they decide on a different theme. So typically this we know is renewable energy and called PowerBots. And it's about security and renewable energy and moving from the damaging system which we have at the moment, etc. But and obviously the video we're going to see now, or the live interview, will be about that. But some of the ones that we'll share is just after that is I think Food Matters, which was Thailand was the host country, and then there is Smart Cities, which in fact was Hungary, I think. So that changes every year. I mean, the robots stay the robots, and we obviously want people to change how their robots work, move them in different ways, show how they've learnt over a period of time, mechanically, technically, concept-wise, and also from a programming perspective, is to how they can, how these skills have grown, and how they have grown to the challenge to give us more advanced projects. Never mind that, obviously their own skills, as we spoke about before, but also their knowledge, and as they grow older, get more clever, we love watching because we know it's not our job anymore. After the competitions, normally, I actually go to the teams and I actually thank them very much because, I'm past my time of making a difference with that kind of thing. But the difference that I can make is encouraging youngsters to do it for us.
Yeah, this is quite for sure. And I lost my thought because I listened to you. But I refined it. Thank you very much. Brain, it works. With different teams, we also get different visions. So every year the participants may create new ideas for new solutions.
Very much so.
So smart city is completely different to
food matters.
Food
yes.
matters, for example, and also to our
And
theme
power
of
bots,
today.
yeah.
So power bots, robots have a huge range.
Yes.
And they will influence our daily living in the future more than today. And when I remember well, I got my first mobile phone to have only an idea when I was 30 years old. And normally when I talk to children and say, okay, I was 30 years old when I got my first mobile phone, they ask, oh, did she have friends? How did she communicate? How did she have rendezvous with whoever? So this is long ago, and the steps to create more technique are very much shorter. And I'm quite sure that watching the visions in every year, and the world final is only the top of a year World Robot Olympiads. It's the final, but the work is done. And every year it's really nice to see. And I suppose it would be a good idea to watch a live judgment to see what happens.
Absolutely. There's no sound.
So if it has been reduced, the underfloor heating will automatically switch on. Also, we can see in our app also a light sensor that works with a motion sensor. So if there is low lighting in the room and there is movement within them, the lights will automatically turn on. Otherwise, they turn off to save energy. Here are the microbits from our rooms that sends the data to this microbit with radio, and also this microbit sends the data to this Raspberry with USB. Furthermore, here is an aquaponic system, a system where plants and fish coexist.
An aquaponic system has many advantages, such as that we use only 2% of the water that we would have used to a normal cultivation. We use 30% less energy that we would have used in a normal cultivation. The plants grow twice as fast, and also the building gets insulated from the roof and from the walls.
So in order to save man-hour so we can produce more energy, we made this machine that will automatically separate the fruits from the aquaponic system. This machine, a robotic arm, picks up the fruits from this bucket, places them in this box, and from there, a servo motor pushes them into the conveyor belt, where they are recognized by an AI camera and afterwards delivered to the correct wagons. This system uses a microbit, just as in our classrooms, in our rooms, that sends the data with radio signals to another microbit right here, connected with a USB to our Raspberry. And this way, we can see at our site the type and the quantity of the fruits delivered in our wagons. Moving on, in order to maximize the security of our building, we created a sliding door in the entrance, and we added 3 sensors: an RFID card sensor, a distance sensor, and a thermometer. For the door to open, the body temperature must be below 37.5 Celsius degrees, and the personal RFID card must be valid. This way, the door will open and close automatically. This system uses an old MCU that updates database, so we can see at our site who entered the building at what time and with what body temperature. All the data from our project are sent wirelessly and live to our database. To do this, we used an old laptop screen which we transformed to make it compatible with a Raspberry Pi I showed it to you before. So we managed to create a web server for our building in a very affordable way. At our website, we can see all the data. Here we have the VAT that we produce and consume in the whole project. And here we have some graphs for a quick look at the temperature in both of our rooms. In order to separate the trash, we created a smart trash can that uses a distance sensor and a LED. This trash can will automatically send an email to the mayor so they can come and pick up the trash. You can see when the red light is on, it sends an email, and you can see the email is sent at the current time. And it says to the mayor that our trash can is filled and they need to come and pick it up. Moving on, we created a car charging station, a simulation of a car charging station. So this is one way to use and utilize the extra electricity we produce.
So the goal of our project is to make a self-sustainable building and also to make people who live there produce the energy they consume, so that they understand how difficult it is to produce energy and stop wasting it. To achieve that, we firstly made a treadmill that the elderly can use to exercise and produce energy at the same time. This treadmill consists of a motor right here that simulates a person using the treadmill, another motor right here that converts kinetic energy into electricity and then sends it to our batteries using this cable. Our batteries are here. You can see it's charging from here. And you can also see that from our app right here. It says treadmill and the energy produced.
You can also see the same values in our site. The green line is the one that shows the values for the treadmill.
So moving on, we made a bicycle that the children can use to exercise and produce energy at the same time. It has 2 motors that convert kinetic energy into electricity. And as you can see, when someone is using the bike, the lights turn on when he uses it and off when he doesn't. Also, there is an LCD screen on it that shows important data such as the energy we produce and the speed in rotations per minute. Moreover, we have an Android app, as we said before, that shows the energy of the bike. And also from our website, you can see right here, the dark purple one is the bicycle and the energy it produces. Moreover, we made the solar panel device with solar tracking mode. We achieved that by using 4 light sensors to detect the place of the sun every time of the day, and then 2 servo motors to rotate the whole device towards the sun's direction so that we produce 35% more energy. And lastly, we have a hydro generator that generates power using the kinetic energy of the water coming down from our tanks. So to make this building work in real life, we have to add multiple treadmills and use the total of them for 8 hours a day. Also add multiple bicycles and use the total of them for 12 hours a day. And have 2 hydro generators. We hope you enjoyed it. We are open to any questions you have.
All right. Okay, you're done with your presentation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you took more than 5 minutes. Okay. Judges, let's make it fast because they have 2-hour Q&A sessions. Okay. Anyone want to start first?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the very, very complex and very detailed model, and actually this is enough for not only 1 but 2 or 3 projects what you just built there. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
My only question is that I was really curious after seeing your film, watching your film, that the kinetic energy of the water is how much that it can be if it is coming down from the roof, and how the water is going up to the roof so that it can come down.
So if you can see here, we use a pump, the blue one, that gets the water up through this tube to the aquaponic system where the fruits are, and then we use the hydro generator in order to minimize the energy we use, so we don't spend that much energy in the water going up.
So we also use a portion of the energy we use for the pump.
Okay, it makes clear for me. I really like it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can I go ahead? Yeah.
I'd like to
know the project. Okay. Okay. You can go ahead. Okay. Yeah. I said I like the project, but my question is, the goal of the project is to produce energy that the people consume. They produce the same energy they consume, so they will know how difficult it is to produce energy sometimes, which is a good one. I want to find out, have you tried to calculate how much energy is produced and how much is needed for this kind of structure or this environment?
Yeah, we did these calculations in our report, and you can see them. And also that's why we say we need to make this building work in real life. We need to add multiple bicycles because one is not enough to produce the energy we use.
We need a status view. We did an energy study, and we found out the exact hours the machines have to be used, and also the hydro generators we have. How many of them should we have? We need 12 hours of the treadmill.
8 hours of the treadmill, 12 of the bicycles, and 2 hydro generators.
Okay. Yes. It's second question. I also you talked about the sensors tracking the sun, the rays of the sun, to get some energy. I think you talked about something like that. The solar power that you're trying to use.
Can you repeat?
Yes. So you said? Yes, I said you talked about the solar panels tracking energy from the sun.
Yes.
I think you mentioned something. Yes. When there is no sun, what does it capture?
When there is no sun, the solar panel will stay stable, but we produce, according to the study, we produce enough energy for the building through the treadmill and the bicycle, and we save this energy in our battery. so we can have enough when there is no sun.
And moreover, the main usage of the energy from the solar panels is for the lights of the facility. Because in a study we read, we found out that the solar energy is better to be used in the lights.
So the energy we use to light is only 20% in a building. So the solar panel produces more than enough energy for our lights. It doesn't need to be on 24 hours to follow the sun.
Okay.
Amdi, you have any questions as well?
Yes, sorry, I want to find out something else. The final question, have you tried to calculate the total costs to run this project?
Can you repeat?
Yes, I said, have you tried to do a total cost, a budget for this project?
No, we only calculated the what it will produce, and how many hours we need to exercise for it to be viable.
Okay.
Okay. I would like to thank you very much for the effort that you did for this nice work.
Danny, I'm again completely impressed. What a complex project.
Yeah, very much so. We were just talking in the background while we were watching the interview that I think these participants didn't go to school. They spent all the time this year on their project because it is such a complex and very diverse and big project. So it's amazing to see, you know, and typically what the judges are trying to find out and see is if the participants know what they're talking about. So they try and direct the questions to make sure that the participants or the team know how to answer the questions, because in that they will know whether they actually did the work themselves. You know, we have the same situation as in regular category. The incredible thing with this, which was missed out and which is in the report, that this project is called Blossoms and Roots, okay, which effectively is a combination of a retirement home and an orphanage, and to help both parties. And that's the blossoms, which are the young ones, and the roots, which are the old ones, you know. And incredibly, you know, I just know from some research I did many, many years ago that in the UK, for example, they found that it was beneficial to have the chatter and playful sounds of children in a nursery school next to an old age home, because it stimulates and uplifts, you know, the senior people to actually, you know, be more positive about life. Yeah. But yes, an incredible project. So yeah, it's amazing to see. And obviously this was in the senior category, and the team was autonomous from Greece. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, really, congratulations. And it's the senior team, but we are talking about young people between 16 and 19 having ideas like this. And again, tell everybody who is interested in new ideas and really cool young students and employees, at least, you will find them in this final and also during the year in the national competitions. And you saw also the judges, and Danny told me one was from Ghana, one from Egypt,
one from Hungary, and then the head judge was from Malaysia. And the interview host wasn't there today because I think they probably had a problem with connectivity in their country. So the head judge would have taken over.
Yeah, but incredible what happens even by judgment. Everybody has another schedule, another time. So for us here, where we are in Europe, the time which we are orientated on, it's 20 past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Really adorable. But I suppose we have another film to look at to see what happens while we are here in the studio all over the world.
Absolutely. Let's see those, yes.
See them.
The basis of healthy meal is the vegetables, but sometimes the growth of vegetables is not possible. Also, fresh vegetables are too expensive. The vegetables may rot too.
My name is Denise.
My name is Ivan, and in our club we know how to solve this problem.
Let's introduce you Vegetarium. Everything here is simple. Vegetarium is a special robotic device to grow plants, and it makes this without a human. We use Lego parts and trading equipment to build our prototype of Vegetarium.
We decided that Vegetarium should be located in a usual kitchen, and we projected it like a fridge or washing machine.
Step by step, we upgraded our machine and made it more useful and clever. We began from aeroponic setup and artificial light.
The next model was equipped by machine vision and manipulator. After that, we added seed planting by pneumatic setup.
Right now, we are building the 4th version of Vegetarium. It will have a special edition for World Robotic Olympiad.
If you want to know about Vegetarium more, see you on World Robotic Olympiad in Thailand.
What a beautiful contest. And those who saw the film, it's not a competition, but it's the explanation of what will the competition be before the contest. And we are talking about not juniors, but elementary.
Yeah, so these
Amazing.
So these participants are between 6 and 12 years old, and so this was the 2-minute video. So part of the competition is you need to present a report, research report, and a 2-minute video, probably about 3 weeks before the actual competition. And this is just to give the judges a taste and an understanding of what their project is about, so that they can prepare questions in the face-to-face competitions. Okay, because now this time it's been slightly different, and then the judges arrive and they've got a report, and then they actually go into the face-to-face presentation. But I think we have another one or two, so we can probably and that the theme that particular year was food matters. So you can see it was all about food and food security.
Yeah, then we see the next film, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a junior category, I suppose, from Japan, and incredible how they try to solve problems for their grandparents, perhaps, or for them in the future. Really amazing.
Yeah, so it's about a robot actually assisting to feed a grandparent who's unable to, but doing it with virtual reality from a different place. You know, so really incredible, yes.
Yeah.
And that was also around food matters, yes.
Yes. And I suppose we have another film to get an idea how broad the range is.
Yes, so the next one I think we've got is different. So we've had food matters, so the next short video will be smart cities.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we are Team Up from Germany.
To be exact, from the small city we're 50 kilometers near Cologne.
Our idea is a system that supports the baker and takes over some tasks. In addition, the system performs the task as efficiently as possible. It manages the output and production so that as little food as possible is thrown away.
In a cold storage, the buns are stored at a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. The baker has to place some uncooked buns into our storages. These are prepared when a small supply of baked buns is about to run out and a customer orders something. An ultrasound sensor registers when the raw bun enters and exits the oven. Our RGB stripes signal when the oven has reached its target temperature. To save energy, the system tries to always bake multiple products at once, and the oven switches, when it is empty, to an energy-saving mode.
One EV3 noticed the order of the buns that are given out of the cold storages and sent it to the EV3 at the sorting area, so that he knows how to sort the buns at the small storages.
If a bun comes to a small storage, it will be, after it is ordered, pushed by a mechanic up and slide to the output. To ensure that no bun is damaged when it was at the upper floor, we used a couple of wooden boards to slide it to the slide and to get it smoothly down.
Our system is based on 4 different programming languages: HTML and JavaScript for the website, which is running on Raspberry Pi and is one of the 2 access points for the customer. Python for the display, which is also running on Raspberry Pi and is the 2nd access point. Through the Python script we send Bluetooth signals to the EV3s. After the EV3s receive the message, it handles the motors and sensors to bake new buns or to give buns out to the customer. The last program we use is for the Arduinos. The Arduinos controls the temperature and regulates the cooling or heating in the different parts of the machine.
Yeah, watching these films, we need not to be afraid for the future, because this was not senior but junior. So young boys between 13 and 15 who are in school and far away from a work life, but I'm quite sure their direction into work life is already based.
If it's a bakery when they're 13 or 15, you know, we just don't know what they're going to be capable of.
Yeah, incredible. And because time runs, we have another video to get another idea or vision of what is possible. And we are talking about the open category. And on my left side is Danny, who is the head judge of this category, coming from South Africa and being here. So let us watch the last film for this session, Danny.
I can't wait.
A million people have been killed or injured by anti-personnel landmines.
26,000 people a year become victims.
That's 70 people a day, 1% every 15 minutes.
Experts estimate that over 100 million landmines may still be hidden around the world, and they are difficult to locate and remove.
Our project helps governments all around the world in all kinds of emergencies. It focuses on demining and provides governments with the maximum amount of data needed.
Squadros will gather data, analyze it, and link this data with the mine map through its systematic programming.
Hazard bots can climb stairs, drive through mud, and operate in all weather conditions.
AssistBot provides HazardBot with important and vital indications about targeted areas.
Our project is the first step to achieve smart governments, smart cities.
Now, Danny, I'm really deeply touched. We talk about robots, we are safe here, and then we see young men in destroyed areas in Syria being part of this world final, and they try to solve problems which are necessary for the ones who live in these areas. Yeah, this is also a very, I don't find the word, but special aspect of WRO. So there might be very funny things, very useful things. But if you see a city bombed and then 3 young men who would like to participate and are at least in the world final, it's really touching me. And
yes, it did for me
have
too.
goose
It did for
pimples.
me too, and it's really incredible because they, it's just not a general solution. It's a solution for the country that they live in, and it's required. And young minds like this, it's incredible what they can do, and hopefully with what they have, they rebuild whatever they have, and then they take their knowledge into, for the betterment of mankind.
Yeah, and they also feel responsible because in this age normally you don't like to think about these problems, and they are deeply touched with their daily life, and they do not only invent things to make money with it, but to participate and to help, as you said already, mankind. Really
Absolutely incredible.
touching. Yeah, incredible.
That's why it's so special at the end of the event to see what they come up with, and you go home feeling what they felt and being inspired by how they've approached it and what they've done and what's going on in their minds. Which gives me hope as an older human being.
I suppose also the judges will be deeply touched. So for me, when I saw it, I didn't knew the content of the film, but when I saw the young men in bomb Damascus, really I had tears in my eyes. And I suppose for the judges, it's not so easy to judge in the same way, but they need to. And we all say, even if people don't win, for me also, it's my life is richer when I see all this and I'm in contact to you judges and to this event.
Very much so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danny.
My pleasure.
And see us later, and good luck too, because your work isn't finished.
The hard work starts now. Thank you.
Okay, enjoy it. If it's possible. So Danny Heymans, the head judge of the open category, and me, we showed at you some films which had to be sent to the judges 3 weeks before the competition, so the judges can get into contact with what happened there. Yeah, very touching. And now we like to jump back to Alex Kotolov. Hi, Alex. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, it's again even colder and darker, but also
yeah.
interesting judgments. And we try to jump now into a live judgment. Do you think it will work? And perhaps you can explain a little bit, or do you know what we will see?
Yes. I will try if it will be possible to log into that live streaming. The live judging session. So yeah, I definitely will explain what happened.
Videos? Mm-hmm. Okay. I get the information from our technical team. Thank you very much for being with us all the time. We are going to start with Reddit's videos, and then we have the live judgment later on. So perhaps technical team start with the first video, and then we talk about it, Alex.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Are you ready?
Wait a little bit, so we're ready. We're ready to start.
So they are ready. They said that they are ready.
Okay, listen. 3, 2, 1, go. One lap. Two laps. Okay. And just
Hi, Alex. Did you see the video too?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perhaps you explain a little bit, because it's completely different to regular category or open category. Perhaps you explain what the challenge is.
Yeah, sure. So as you saw in the video, the vehicle must drive through 3 laps, and it needs to finish at the same zone where it was started. So, and this is the main difficult part because it's quite simple to build a robot which will follow the wall, and there are lots of examples in internet to do so, even with Lego, but it's quite difficult to calculate how many sections was passed by the robot, how many corners it was the robot actually passed, right? And that's why it's interesting task for students. So this was the first run today. I mean, the first team which started the day today, and that's why judges were quite nervous, and the team also definitely was nervous. So, and that's why there was some miscommunication between them. So, and that's why we are here. We are there as head judges. We always help and team and judges to understand each other. And so eventually, as you saw, it was successful run. So judges randomized the position of walls before this run. So it was not part of that video, but yeah, actually this is a part of the process. So they did randomization. They asked the team to put their robot in starting position. So after that, the team needs to turn on their robot, and it requires some time for these single board computers, like about 1 minute to start. So as soon as it was started, so the team actually run their robot, and judges started measuring time. And I believe it took about 30 seconds for that team to finish their task. And interesting thing that this particular team was quite successful, and both their runs were with a full score. So this is perfect results for the first day. And we see that more and more teams are getting full score for today. And this is quite interesting to see that the teams, even for the season pilot, so prepared for the season for pilot. So they took this task with very seriously, and they are well prepared. That's good.
So you started with the first team in a good sense and also with a good result. So we will see a second video. Perhaps we can compare a little bit and see how this team succeeded and if they are better or if they fail. We will see what is happening.
Yeah.
So when you're ready, just tell us.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Shiraz, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, listen here. 3, 2, 1, go. One lap. Two laps. All right. Go down.
Hi, Alexander. Nice to see you again. And please keep the movie in your mind because we can start now with the live judgment. And we didn't start to tell you on the screens because we had technical problems, but the judgment didn't start. So you might have schedules, but we are online and we have technique. And so we are jumping right into the live judgment now.
Okay, great. Okay, so you see that judges are trying to, so this is a randomization. So judges presenting the configuration of walls and the position of the robot. So the gray area, it should be position of the robot. And now the team from Greece, I believe, is trying to prepare for the first or the second round. I don't know, but let's see. So it's quite a simple configuration of walls. They are lucky. Usually, as you saw in the video, in the previous video, there could be another configuration for the walls. So actually, there are 16 different configurations of the walls for this qualification round. And yeah, now the team seems to be ready. Yes, let's wait for a few minutes or maybe a few seconds before they start. So yeah, we see that there is some discussions between judges and the team. So we have 3 judges here and 3 cameras from the team. We have 2 cameras from different positions of the field, and 1 camera is also used for communications with the team participants. Yeah, as I said, it's always difficult to explain team what they need to do, and it seems we have exactly this situation. It seems they are ready to start. One of judges should start counting, like 1, 2, 3, start, something like that. Yeah. Fortunately, I do not see any more the live judging session. I don't see what happened there. Yeah, okay. Hopefully they will start and we will see. Besides the fact that the first team was successful and we have some successful team today, there are still teams which have some technical issues with their robot. Yeah, and that's why we see that robot failed when they when they are trying to drive through this track. Okay, it seems that they turned on the robot. Okay, this is one of the technical issues usually team have for the run. They're quite nervous, I believe. By the way, the team from Greece so the place where the field is located is a library. So and they are using books in order to make their cameras higher, in order to allow judges to see the field completely. Okay. Hopefully they will eventually run the robot, because they were quite enthusiastic tomorrow when we had a testing session with them. Okay. Let's see what will happen. The judges also controlling the time. So since we have just 30 minutes per team for the competition, so team needs to plan their time correspondingly in order to allow both runs to occur. I have no idea what is happening there. As I said, there is some, effect of judges. I would say so. When judges appear, everything stopped working. Before this team, we had a team from Greece, and sorry, not from Greece, from South Africa. And they also say that everything worked before judges joined, and it stopped working when actual evaluation should happen. Okay. So I'm not sure if they're going to run the robots, because no one is close. So no one is going to press a button. It's interesting. Yeah, sometimes teams start struggling with the hardware, especially probably because this is new hardware. Okay. The judges decided to choose another position of walls by some reason. Probably in order to allow a team to make another run because they are run out of time. So, and that's why they need to continue, right? And probably it's a good idea to at least provide them another run if they have an issue with the first one. Probably they had an issue with the robot, and robot is can move only in one direction. Sometimes it also happens that some teams just forgot that a robot must be fully autonomous and should determine the direction by itself. So yeah, let's see. I think the judges are trying to explain which area must be considered as a start area for the robot. And hopefully the judges will switch to another view in order that we can see the the field. Here it is. We see that the field was reconfigured. And now we have the robot in another position. Let's see if it is possible for participants to run it. So actually it starts moving. Oh, but okay. So let's see what happened. Okay, this is difficult place to move because it's not so wide. Okay. Okay, it's very close to pass the first lap. Okay. We see that the robot passed the first lap successfully, but it still needs to finish 2 more laps. Okay, again, this place which is not comfortable for the robot. Let's see what happens next. The robot is going to the section, which is the last section in the, okay. The robot has passed the second lap. And it is towards to finish the third lap, hopefully. Okay, the speed is not, so it's not speedy, right? And this is good. We are saying that the robot must not be speedy because we are saying that they need to pay more attention on the robustness and autonomy. Yeah. Okay, the robot finished in the same section they are started. So this is good. So that means that for this particular run, they will get full score. Okay, we see the judges are filling the scoring sheet. So they already assigned the full score, and now they are, yeah, okay, it's 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Congratulations for the team from Greece. They got the full score for the qualification round. That's good. It's definitely good. And after this team, the judges will wait for the next team. next team will also join the judges, and the process will be repeated. And my understanding that we have how many? Let me check. Yeah, we have 2 more teams for today.
For the team, and yeah, I'm very happy that not everything works well at the first time, so everybody of us can see what challenge it means. So you work a long time, your robot works, and then judges, no reaction of the robot, heartbeat,
Yes.
oh, and then calm down, breathe, talk to the judges, take a second chance, and at least full points. I suppose, yeah, this is the situation you often have like this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we see such kind of situations often today, right? And this is quite common situation for all competitions. That for the second round, we see that team fixed all the issues with the robot, and the robot is more successful than in the first round.
Yeah, cool. I suppose the work isn't done. A lot of videos to watch. But we can see how beautiful the challenges are. And that is really also a challenge to participate for the judges with the technique, with different camera positions, to stay calm. And it's even more difficult to calm down the teams via video. Oh, but I suppose after these 4 days, we show that no pandemic can change. No pandemic can change the WRO, and we find a solution online. So
Yes,
thank you very
yes,
much,
exactly.
Alexander. Good luck for the following work. Head judge
thank
of
you very
the
much.
future engineers category from Russia. See you tomorrow. Bye bye, Alex.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very
Bye.
much.
Good luck.
Okay, back again. We have talked about the open category on my left-hand side, the future engineers category on my right-hand side. For you, it's vice versa. And now again, we come back to the regular category. So those of us who stayed with us the whole afternoon knew my way, and that there are some hints to find Christoph. But I try my very best, and I'm very happy that my cameraman Sean is so patient to follow me. Nice settings, cables on the ground, as you can see. 2 cameras with me. And Christoph is waiting and smiling. Ah, I love it.
Heike.
Everybody is so happy in this challenge. Hi, nice to have you back again in the regular category with uploaded videos, I suppose.
Yes, thanks for having me again. And thanks for all the teams out there. I have some information. Almost all the teams managed to upload their videos on time. And as of right now, our judges are currently working on scoring those videos. And probably by tomorrow, we can tell you a little bit more about the scores you achieved, but not yet because they are still working on it.
But this is hard, having a challenge and no results. But you uploaded the videos, everything worked fine. So enjoy and being part of WRO. Stay with us a little bit more, and even stay with us tomorrow, even if your job is done and all the things are scored. We are very happy as the team and organizers of the World Robot Olympiad online, the first in the history of WRO. Stay with us tomorrow, because we will look at the clicks in the internet, and we will be happy if there are a lot of, because it's really a hard work also to do online World Robot Olympiad like we did. So stay with us and invite neighbors and friends to watch us. But watching is a good aspect. I suppose we should dive into the next uploaded video, please. Regular category, elementary. A good challenge, I suppose, Christoph. What do you think about what we have seen?
Really good challenge. We've just seen a team from Iran, and they managed to solve very much tasks which are placed on the field. We've seen they've solved all the light bulb challenges, and they actually also managed to solve the surprise rule, which is very, very nice, and we always love to see that. So good job shout out to the team in Iran. You've done a really nice job, and we are really happy that we were able to show your video in the live stream.
And we are really happy that you participate. This is a good chance to get to know to the whole world, to show that even between 9 and 12 years old, you participate in such an international challenge and you are successful. And successful is a good word. We may watch the next video. We both don't know whether they are successful, but we take a look at.
Venga. Venga. Venga, ya podéis quitar la caja.
Esto. Ahí va. Venga, ¿listos?
Venga, ya podéis.
3,
2. Espera. Vale, ahora. 3, 2, 1.
Vale. Muy bien. Vamos. Venga, venga. Muy bien.
Vale, entró.
Venga, venga. Un poquito más. Ánimo.
Va bien.
Venga, venga. Bien.
Vale, muy bien.
Ahí vamos rápido con eso.
Vamos igual, vamos.
Sí.
Venga, venga. Esta es la nuestra.
Venga.
Venga.
Que no le pase nada.
Venga.
Yo creo que sí, que ahora vamos rápido.
Bien.
Vale, dentro. Yes, venga.
Bien.
Muy bien, dentro.
Si llega no tengo que tocar.
Vamos. Sí, no toquen nada.
Ni yo tampoco.
Ni tú tampoco.
Bueno, ahí sí. A ver.
Venga. Venga, vamos a ver la última. ¿Ha entrado? ¿Ha entrado?
A ver.
¿Ha entrado la blanca? Sí. Casi.
No se vaya, que no se vaya. Madre mía.
Venga, queda. ¡Tiempo!
¡Vamos!
Eran las 58 que lo tienes. Ah, vale.
3 segunditos, no pasa nada.
Again, a heavy team, but I realized, and we talked about it the whole day long, it's not only building and coding, but it's also a question of strategy. If we compare it to the one of tomorrow, what might be different strategies, Christoph?
Well, first of all, strategy is about how I solve the season challenge as it is. We've seen different teams now from the elementary age group with different strategies. Some teams try to collect all the red light bulbs at once and then drive them back into the red area. But other teams try to collect them one by one and drive them one by one back into the area. And choosing a strategy is very important for a team because this has a big influence on how long my robot needs to solve the whole playing field.
Yeah, and we talked about risk today also. Some are very fast but risky. Some are very slow but on a very safe side. So coding, building and strategy may be the success. I suppose we can jump into another category.
Yes.
Class.
Yeah, actually it's called an age group, but we also have some videos from the junior age group, which we want to look into now.
Yeah, another challenge, Christoph, and we heard a special sound. What does that mean?
Well, what we've just seen and heard was an attempt to solve the junior age group playing field, but it actually took too long. We've seen and heard in the video that the 2-minute time ran out. We heard the noise of the timer, and actually the robot still moved after that timer. But unfortunately, the judges are not allowed to score any points for anything that happens after 2 minutes. So scoring will be done only for what is within the 2 minutes. But however, I really like the effort the team put into it. They did a huge job on scanning the cars individually and assigning them to the correct parking spaces. And I think that's also very nice work.
Yes, and we talked about it already. There is a second day challenge. So motivate yourself, even if you're not at the point where you want it to be. You don't know how the other teams react. You are already a winner of being judged because you won your national competitions, and focus on the second day challenge, and perhaps you might be a winner, although today is perhaps good but not good enough. Another film, I suppose, and we are jumping into senior group class.
¿Listas? 3, 2, 1, Lego.
So we are in regular category junior, not senior, junior. And yeah, this was really a quick one, Christoph. I was astonished.
Yes, it was a really, really fast run. Actually, the team managed to solve the task in way under 2 minutes. And what they also did, in my opinion, they solved it completely. So full points, including the surprise rule, is what I would assign if I was a judge, but I'm not, so please don't hold me up for that. But what you could see in that video was an awesome use of sensor technique. They did not only use the sensors to detect the color of the cars, they also used them brilliantly to work on the black lines on the field, which we've seen a lot actually for many robots today, but I wanted to highlight it here because this was an excellent example for it.
So he doesn't do the work one after the other. He catches the green pieces, after that 2 cars, and yeah, a very intelligent solution.
Definitely a very good combination of different tasks on the playing field, which actually made it possible firsthand to achieve such a good time on that playing field in that age group. But what we can also tell is that we have one age group which has a little bit more difficult tasks to solve, and we actually prepared another video to show you how that can be solved.
One minute, 35 seconds. And what a robot. I would say he's a eater. He took nearly everything inside on top with arms, a very special concept and solution to solve the problem.
Definitely, great skill of engineering is what I would say, because the team managed to build a robot that is able to collect almost all the parts which are on the field and was able to deliver them where they had to go. So not only the construction of the robot is excellent, but also the program behind it, because the robot individually decides where he puts which objects, and that makes them or gives them the advantage in solving the whole playing field in a really short time.
Thank you very much, Christoph. And I suppose this is also a good end of a challenging day for everybody, for the teams, for the referees, for the coaches also, because they are every time with the teams and they can't influence what happens. And I suppose this is also a challenge. And Christoph and me, we try to walk without any accidents through our nice setting here in the DASA Arbeitsweltausstellung Working World Exhibition, and we are going to meet the whole team to say goodbye after a marvelous day. So we are on the second day of the final of the World Robot Olympiad 2021. It's online, and this is also very special. But sometimes there are people together, and you see they gather around me, and I'm very happy to have them with me. Klaus is here, Gareth is here, Lukas is here. Help me please. Rory, excuse me. It was such nice interview. Markus is here, Karen is here, Danny is here, and Christoph is here. My name is Heike, and we are very happy that you have been with us today. And at the end of such a challenging day, Alexander in Russia, we didn't forget you. You were online also as a head judge, and Lukas, working as the head judge, has a lot to do, and he's with us too and smiling. I hope everything is fine in your category. Very fine. So at least we would like to thank you again. The sponsors, we talked about it. We have a new gold partner, Red Hat. Klaus talked about with me, and also Gareth. So thank you very much for our gold sponsors at first, Lego Education and Juniper Networks and Red Hat, and for our silver partners. But also thank you very much for all the teams who challenged this day so wonderful in different categories and also with different concepts. And those who felt perhaps today, think of the second day task, and to my mind there is always a second chance, so be motivated, and we are very curious to see what's happened. Thank you very much for to the parents who help the children to be part of this, and to the sisters of brothers who perhaps are not so interested in robotics. Thank you very much to the coaches who did a really good job to motivate the teams to come to this final. Thank you very much to the judges. And we got an idea of what judging means. Sometimes you need to be patient, because a robot which runs just before the judges enter the competition, and then with judges the robot don't run, and they try to find solutions. And thank you very much for the catering here, for the team, for our camera men who helped us to come to you in your living rooms, in your offices, in wherever you are. And perhaps at least we hope that there are a lot of people who may spend money in helping us. So if you have an idea for a sponsor, please tell him. We would be very happy, because we want to make this World Robot Olympiad bigger and bigger and bigger. So Karen told me we have 65 teams participating in this online final. Over 80 teams are normally involved in World Robot Olympiad. And if I remember well, we have 197 countries in the world. So please join us, and perhaps at the end, this will be the biggest world final of a robot competition. We will be very happy. Have a good night, or I hope you slept well. We have to think about different times, whether you lunch now, or you have your breakfast, or you're nearly slept on the share. No. You know what, in front of your screen. We are very happy that you be with us, and we see us tomorrow at the same time as yesterday and today. Have a nice evening, morning, and for the ones who are in the competition, good luck for the second day challenge. Goodbye to everybody. We are very happy to be with you. Bye-bye.